Hello, hello. And today we are going to solve Advent of Code Day 6 with my own language. Um, yep, get into it. And improve the language too, a little bit. Good morning, Jonah Anderson. Let's see. What is the today about? About math? Math homework, huh? Cephalopod math, which doesn't look that different from the normal math. The math worksheet, which is our puzzle input, consists of a list of problems. Each problem has a group of numbers that need to be either added or multiplied together. However, the problems are arranged a little strangely. They seem to be presented next to each other in a very long horizontal list. Each problem's numbers are arranged vertically. At the bottom of the problem is the symbol of the operation. Problems are separated by a full column of only spaces. The left-right alignment of numbers within each problem can be ignored. So this worksheet contains these problems, and then we need to like multiply these numbers, add these numbers. Yep. And then we need to add together all the answers. Okay, sounds easy. Sounds easy. Let's open the Advent of Code repository. Day 6. Example txt. Copy that. Okay, I'm assuming this is going to be in 64s here again. So yeah. Workspace, we add a new thing. 06. Okay. So this sounds really easy, really. Someone live streaming early in the morning. Yes. Decided to wake up earlier today than usually. Okay, so we just do lines of input. And then I want to split the line using /n. No, using spaces. But there can be multiple spaces here. But yeah. We string with spaces and then we do part. But I guess we only need those parts that are not empty. So if part string length part is 0, then return. Let's do a with return here and see how that works. What's the problem? Type check failed. Unit is not unit and unit. Oh, Dev Ninja. Twitch didn't told you
Hello,
again.
Dev 9-inch nails yet?
Have you tried putting the like turning the notifications on Twitch? Maybe you have them turned off. It's because this comma should not exist. That makes sense. Okay, so we do what? We say that how do I know if this is like the last line? I mean, if this is the symbol or if this is the thing. Yeah. I guess we need to say something like this. Problems is a list create, right? And so over here I will just say, so problem is list create. We have the problem, right? So problem is a type where we have the things, right? The numbers, right? So we have numbers, which is a list of numbers in 64, as I'm assuming. What's the meaning of my name? It's just a name. That's who I am. That's what it means. By the way, I found another TTS which pronounced my name as Dev 9-inch nails. Usually I'm getting one on my smartphone. Yeah, smart notifications is the thing, probably. Indeed. It's not so smart. We have numbers and we have operation. Operation is operation. Where operation is your Hackstree. Hello there. Thank you for the raid. I'm just starting my stream here. How are you doing? You were doing Advent of Code or yes. Just finished day 6 in Python. Nice. Yeah. So I'm just starting day 6 and I'm doing it in my own programming language. And after I solve it, I will be improving the language too. So I'm just reading the input for now of this day. So we will have operations, which is either add or multiply. There is only 2 operations this day, right? Add or multiply. Can there be a division? Yeah, just add it or multiply. That's it. You will do this year Advent of Code in autumn, but you didn't even start yet. It's very easy. So far, the Advent of Code is really easy. I think it's easier than before, but I don't know. Maybe I just remember it differently. Maybe it's because last year I didn't have my language. Like my language was more difficult to use. That's why maybe. So problems is a list of problems. Okay. So how do I like read it that it's the last line? Because if you just like if this is a star or a plus, right? I guess otherwise it's something else. Okay, let's do this. Let index is 0. Then we do or here index plus equal 1, right? Okay. So over here we have a problem, right? So I say that if list length of problems, if index is more than or equal than list length of problems, then I will need to add the new problem to the list, right? What are you saying? Type check fail. Oh yeah, I need a reference here. So we just say that list pushback problems, a new problem which has numbers, which is a list create, and operator. So operator by default is just going to be, I guess, I don't know. Let's just say unset, unknown. Then let's just say unknown. Then we'll have another thing which is unknown. And then we basically say that if part is equal to a plus, then, well, let's first say that problem is a list at index, right? So if part is plus, then problem operator is add. If part is star, then problem operator is multiply. And then otherwise, we say that I need to parse it as an integer, right? So we say problem numbers. We need to push back to the numbers, parsing the part like this. Type check failed. Reference does not have fields. Yeah, problem dereferenced, right? Like this. Why are you... Oh, because it's not a list over here. This is problems. Problems at position index. Hello, Msoft. And what's parse? Could not find parse in scope, because that is something that I edited yesterday, so we do need to do Nix Flake update. So I think this should be reading my input properly. And then I want like dbg print problems to see if I read this thing correctly. Yes. Let's see if this works now. Day 6 main, duplicate rule, core cast and S. Oh shit. Duplicate rule. It says duplicate rule. Why does it say duplicate rule? So that's the problem of something that I did yesterday then. Duplicate rule. Oh, I see. It's because now I actually have the as a yeah, this syntax already exists. That makes sense. That makes sense because I moved this into the language, but it's not like usable to actually convert the integers. So I will have to do it differently here. If I will need to, even like int32 to int64 this value into this. Wait, string to int64. Yeah, this is basically parse to, yeah, we just do the value to string and then parse. Doing it with the syntax is now yeah, maybe I'll keep working on that. I don't know. I don't know though. Like I added the simple traits yesterday, but maybe I should not have. Because I thought I would do it only after I bootstrapped the language. All right, so I've read this thing, and then we do list iterate problems. So we have a problem. For each problem, we need to calculate the actual answer, and then the answer, we need to add those together, right? So this should be 0 int32 as int64, right? And then we print answer in the end. So over here we calculate the answer for the problem, right? So we say just answer plus equal problem calculate problem, and the calculate problem is problem, which is a reference to problem, right? This should return int64. So this is going to be I will need to say that so like starting value and the function that we are going to combine the values is going to be match problem operator with if it is add, then we start with 0, right? We start with 0, and the operator is going to be adding the numbers together, right? So it's just AB into A plus B. And if it is a multiplication, then we need a 1. And we need AB into A star B. Well, we can just do std operator add, right? And over here we do std operator mul, like that. Like I want this on the right side to be closer to the operation, like this. This is my start and combine. Interesting. Oh, because these need to be in parentheses. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense, I guess. Okay, so we just say that let result be equal to start, and then we do list iterate problem numbers with number, and then we say that result is combine result and number, right? And then we just return result in the end. Could not find in 32 is as in 64. Did I not? Oh, I called it 2 instead of as. I just renamed this thing to be as. Okay, so this compiles, which means that it's going to work, right? First try. So 4277556 seems like the correct example for the part 1. Let's get the actual input. Day 6 input txt. Input txt. And this seems like my answer, which probably is correct. It is correct. Okay. Why are they making the advent of code easier and easier every day this year? Is this even easier than yesterday? I don't know. Weird. Day 6 part 1. So that thing is solved. All right. Let me read the part 2 first, and then I'll think about what I do here. The big cephalopods come back to check how things are going. The cephalopod method is written right to left in columns. Each number is given in its own column, with the most significant digit at the top and the least significant digit at the bottom. Problems are still separated with a column consisting of only spaces, and the symbol at the bottom of the problem is still the operator to use. So they're reading the problems right to left, one column at a time. The problems are now quite different. The rightmost problem is 4 plus 431 plus 623. Part 2 is more tricky, but you're right. If I assume there were day 6 times 2 is day 12 difficulty-wise, it's still pretty easy, yeah. So this requires completely different reading of the input, right? Because now, like, the alignment of these digits is important, and to like detect the vertical full space lines or something. So it's like a completely different problem almost. I cannot just use my original parsing. So like also in this case, the first one is in the bottom, and in this case, the first one is at the top, which means that like, so these aliens, they write sometimes from like sometimes it's in the bottom, sometimes it's at the top. Like this doesn't also have to be aligned. It could be in the middle. Eight two four eight 369 356 24 and 1. Yeah. The amount of lines is very, very small. Wait, could this be just in int32 here? No, my answer, this definitely is not an int32. Okay, well, yeah. Let's see. So then what I need to do is let's do it completely differently then. Well, I guess like I can have the list here, but I read the input completely differently, right? So I say that if part 1, then we do this, and otherwise we do completely different parsing of the problems, right? So we still want to like save the lines, string lines input line if string length line is not 0, then lines list back. So I need to like store the lines first, then I think lines line, we say lines is list create. Like that. So we store all the lines, and then we just go. So I need to like detect the column with spaces or the end of string, right? Good morning, red vertex. Good morning. So so starting column is going to be 0, right? And then we do a loop. We do a loop, and then we will want to find the end column, right? End column is going to be equal to start column, right? But we say that while end column is less than line length, where line length is string length of list line 0. Like just take the first line and take its length, I guess. So if while the end column is less than line length, end column plus equal 1, but only if it is not full of spaces, right? So we need to say that let full of spaces is true, but then we do list iterate lines on line if string at line end column is not equal to space, then full of spaces is false, right? So then I also say if full of spaces, then we want to break the loop here. So we find the end column this way. We find the end column, and then we will say that start column. Well, I guess we say also here while start column is less than line length, right? So yeah, and this over here we say that start column is end column plus 1, right? So because end column is the one with spaces or the end of line, and then we just skip over that one too. Yeah. What do here? So now in between of the start and end column is my actual problem, right? Yeah. So now I need to like find the thing. Is this always aligned to the left? Wait, I could have done it easier. I don't need to detect the spaces because like it seems like the operator is always on the first column. So we could just we could just look at the last line here, right? Yeah. I could just look at the last line. But it's okay. That also works. So then we just go over the column, starting with end column -1, while column is more than or equal, then start column. Do this. So I want to just have the numbers, right? Numbers is list create. So in every column, I expect to see a number, right? So number is equal to 0. Then we iterate lines, line, right? We say that character is string at line column. Over here, I say column minus equal 1. We go from right to left. Wait, why am I going from right to left? It doesn't really matter, right? Because the operations are... Yeah, because the operations, they are... like... commutative, right? That's the word. We just say for column in start column to end column. So we say C is string at column. And then I say that if C is not equal to a space, then number is number times 10 plus char 2-digit C, right? Like this. So we just parse the number one by one. Now we have the number. I will need to convert it to an int64 though. So we shall say list push numbers and list push numbers. I need to add and add int32 as int64 number. I go over all the lines though, so this might also be the star, right? So yeah, we also have like operator is, I guess, unknown. Okay, so I say if C is equal to plus, then operator is add. Else if C is star, then operator is multiply. Otherwise, we do it as part of the number, which means that also I support that these operations are in any position in the last line of the same problem, right? It doesn't have to be the first symbol. And then over here, now that I've done that, I just say that list push problems, a problem with numbers and operator, right? Build push. Push is pushback, of course. Okay, so does that work? Let's see, part 2. 3263-827, which seems like a correct thing. I didn't even have performance issues this day. It's literally like, this literally is the easiest advent of code so far, I feel like, for me. Maybe it's like not technically the easiest, but like because yeah, I didn't even, it also like calculates instantly and everything. This is a lot of code though, right? I feel like maybe it could have been done, like I did 100 lines of code. How big are your solutions? That's for both parts though, yeah. How long does it run for me? I mean, I guess it's not like exactly instantly. It's more than a second still, right? But it's an interpreter. So I do have performance issues. Like one of the days was running for a minute for me. So 1 second is still instant. Because this is not a compiled language right now. Not yet. A6 part 2. Yours is 80 milliseconds today, Ruby. Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes sense. My interpreter is really slow because of the way I'm doing the language. It's just that the interpreter is not intended to be used right now for running. The purpose of my interpreter is to drive the compile time evaluation. So, I mean, it would be nice if I made it faster, right? But, yeah. It needs to do a lot of things which are normally irrelevant to interpreters. Do you have a transpose function? You made a grid and rotated it? No. I don't have any functions. Not sure if this is faster. It might have been faster, I guess, because I could use the existing parser, right? Which is faster than, like, I guess, like, for my interpreter, this parsing function, which parses a string into an integer, is faster because it's implemented natively right now than doing this parsing by hand, where I multiply number by 10 and then like convert the digit to the thing. This is really slow, probably. But yeah. Yeah, we could transpose the matrix and then use this the parser from the solution one. Yeah. The language is already pretty powerful. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. Maybe like I don't improve the language itself. Like what I want to improve is the language server, right? Like I have restarted my language server multiple times today already, and it is really slow. So maybe I do that, you know. Improve LSP performance, and like fix LSP memory leaking. Maybe like that's really important. If I fix the memory leaking, that's the first part. Then I don't need to restart my language server at least, right? And then improving performance is just that it needs to like just parse the standard library once instead of every time. But that requires like some other things. Okay, so how do I detect the memory leaks though? Camel detect memory leak. Proposal, another way to debug memory leaks. Memprof helps you discover where memory was allocated, which is certainly useful. Memtrace. Blog Jane Street. Yeah, maybe Jane Street blog is a good thing to read. Memory issues can be hard to track down. A function that only allocates a few small objects let me just update the stream title because we're not going to be solving the language. Like something like that. I personally have bad that we get a BFS puzzle today, but yeah, maybe tomorrow. Well, I mean, technically one of the puzzles, like I did do it with a BFS, but it wasn't necessary. The one where you were removing the papers, and then you needed to do it iteratively. We did a BFS there, but yeah. How can a tool unroot data on allocations and their lifetimes help sort of out the expected from the suspicious? The memtrace library and viewer are Jane Street's new profiling tools. I deem it this answer question. Okay. Generating a trace. So I need to install the memtrace. And I need to have the executable and to link it by adding the memtrace library. Memtrace.trace if requested. Now you need to only add the code to create a trace. For most applications, it will suffice to add memtrace.trace if requested whenever you want to start tracing. Typically, this will be right at the beginning of your startup code. Like right in the beginning of my startup code, okay? Sure, so like in my main. Okay, let's just start by installing it first, I suppose. Memtrace. Can I just say over here memtrace? Let's do this so that I can see it working. Wait, did I Alt F4 my VS Code and so the lock is not going to be unlocked? No. Okay, memtrace. Print reload. Let's try again. Memtrace. It did not install it. Why not? Is the binary not memtrace? Oh, memtrace is the library, and then I need the memtrace viewer. That's two separate things. Okay. Memtrace viewer. Is going to have trouble downloading. Inker DOM. But we are expected to see something like this, right? So we have the OCaml library. We will have a flame graph. This is the flame graph of the allocations then, right? This is very similar to performance. Do they have something similar to that, but for profiling? In Jane Street, instead of just using the perf. What's happening here? It's trying to download and it cannot download something? Or is it like something huge? What is Inker DOM? It's Jane Street Library for building dynamic web apps using JS of OCaml. Designed roughly on an MVC model. I see. And how big is it? It's not that big, right? It's just half of a megabyte. Why is it still downloading then? Also, wait, what? How is it trying to download 0.16 if the latest release is 0.15? Hello? What? Or maybe it exists in another repository now? Wait, no, there's 0.17 preview. They just stopped doing the releases on GitHub, I guess. There's 0.18 preview already. Warning, problem, retrying or errors. Will retry in 1 second. Retry, please. Please download this. Where are they trying to download? I guess they are trying to download it from like what? From the OPAM then, right? Do I have problems with OPAM? There's 0.017 here, yeah. No, but source is literally being downloaded from GitHub. They have problems downloading from GitHub? There's no way. Maybe I just restart this. And it's just going to work. I don't know. For some weird reason. It seems like it cannot download any of these, right? Core Unix. I have problem with the internet. No, this is downloading easily. Can I see like where is it trying to download it from? Nix, show more than one line of log. Nix will to show more than the when using Nix, it only shows one line. That's one last line of log when building. How to increase. Print build logs, verbose vvv, nix log. Let's do vvv. It's not doing it. Because like it's still showing the single line here. So this is like just the output of the curl command, I guess. This is annoying. I could switch my like my thing. But it would crash the stream, I guess. I don't want that. I don't want to crash my stream. And make Nix use a proxy. Just HTTP proxy, and that's it? Really? Hello, Veldak. Works for builds, downloads everything. Is that sure? What's my proxy? Let's try this. HTTP proxy is localhost 2017. Nix develop. Does that work? How do I know that it uses it though? HTTP. Where's docs? About HTTP proxy environment. Give me the link. Or I don't believe you. Check environment variables. HTTP proxy. Proxy environment variables. Nix installer has special handling, but this is the Nix installer, right? It's just the installer. It's not the Nix itself, right? Yeah. But these docs are about installer of Nix OS, not about Nix itself. Nix packages fetchers inherit the standard proxy environment variables via impure. Wait, do I need to do impure maybe? Maybe I need to do impure. That help? Seems like it's not helping. Many users that the daemon or fetch commands ignore them. Next package manager. What is this? Package manager proxy. Impure and vars, HTTP proxy, HTTPS proxy. It says the standard environment variables, HTTP proxy, HTTPS proxy, FTP proxy, roll all proxy appropriately. Functions such as fetch, curl in Nix packages also respect these variables. But it does not work. You lied to me. Is it lowercase? Nope. Maybe I will have to crash my stream for a second. It's going to come back. Would be nice to figure out though. But newer official manuals on Nix focus on the installer case, not runtime. Okay, so this is like the old documentation, right? And this is the new. Impure and vars. Use Nix behind proxy. Use Nix Darwin. In particularly, it ignores HTTPS proxy. Seems like it needs to be configured in the systemd service. What? Why would it need to be configured in the systemd service? All right, I'm just going to do this real quick. Stream is going to crash, and then it's going to come back immediately, I suppose. Where do you go? Settings. Okay. Should be back. It works, yes. So like I just did everything on my system through the which is why the stream crashed. Needed to reconnect. A little annoying. Why is it trying to do the OCaml base compiler 5.2.1 though? Now I have two separate versions of the OCaml compiler. Is it because like this dependency depends on like the old compiler? OCaml more than or equal 5.1.0. No, this should work with like the latest compiler too, right? JS of OCaml is less than 5.7 though. Okay, I'm just trying to install the tooling to do the memory profiling in OCaml. Which requires compiling the OCaml compiler, apparently. Not going to take that long, right? What else can we do today? Like, I mean, Advent of Code is solved. Oh shit, how did I log out? I misclicked. B0, what's B0? B0. Software construction and deployment kit. Why do I need that? This package is unstable. You're back, how's it going? Well, I solved the Advent of Code. Advent of Code is like really easy today. So now I'm going to fix my LSP finally. Fix the memory leak is my plan. So I'm downloading the tools. And it didn't even compile. It's not compiled for this version of OCaml. Like, I have now mismatched compiler versions. Yeah, that was weird. Why did I use the OCaml 5.2 or whatever? Rewriting Odin when? Well, that's your job, right? You are going to write in Odin. I don't want to. OCaml base compiler star. I mean, shouldn't I just say that this is 540? But it's supposed to do that automatically. So yeah, we are stuck in the Nix world again, I guess, just to install a tool. I mean, maybe the memtrace viewer could be installed from the Nix packages directly, like the existing one. Because that's just a binary, right? Let's see, memtrace. OCaml packages memtrace, right? I can just install this. I suppose that's the client. No, that's not the memtrace viewer though. Right? That's memtrace itself. Programs provided. Memtrace, flame graph, hotspots, identify, subsample. Yeah, that's not the viewer. So the viewer is like the interactive program. Oh, bad cop. Thank you for the raid. How did you solve this? Can I see your code? I'm actually wondering because, like, when I looked at your stream, like your code was really small. There's no way. Advent of code. Hold on. I already solved it, the Advent of code myself, but it was like the easiest one. But since this is parsing, your code is really small. Like, compare this to my code. Let me show you my code. Advent of code. Day 6. My code is really big. I have like 128 lines of code here. And I have 2 separate parsers for part 1 and part 2. Well, I guess like if I remove the part 1 parsing, then it's going to delete 20 lines, so just 100 lines of code. And your is like 30 lines. What do you store the data as? Well, I mean, yeah, maybe it's because I also define the data structure, right? I just literally store the data as a list of problems, where the problem is like having the numbers, which is a list of integers, and the operator, which is like the enum. And you just store it in an array of rows, which is strings. And then you walk them column by column. That's what I do too, right? So I just store, yeah, yeah. So like this is the structured, like parsed input, and then I just store the lines, like just the lines, and then I walk column by column. I find the row of, I find the column that is full of spaces, and then I like parse all the numbers in between. Yeah, I do walk column by column, and I parse the numbers manually. Check the golf. Yeah. Like, what does it do? What does map file even do? Is that a thing? Map file? No manual entry for it. It doesn't exist. Does it only exist in Bash? Wait, where did my code... Wait. What happens to GitHub there? Map file. What's the thing? File. Wait, map file exists. Map file help. What is this even? Read lines from the standard input into an indexed array variable. Is this actually part of Bash? Do I have this in Zesh? I don't have it in Zesh. That's literally a Bash thing. Help. Read these lines into an indexed array variable. Wait, Bash has indexed array variables? I thought it only has strings. -T, remove the trailing delimiter from each line read. Default new line. Makes sense. Into variable A. So you then go for all A's. C++, you have C++ in your code. Gross. Right. Should you make unminified golf? You should make unminified golf? Yeah. I don't know how to understand this code. My brain is too small for that. But yeah, if anyone is wondering from the raid, I was solving the advent of code with my own language. So this over here, this is my solution for the advent of code, and I'm using my own language. And my own language has the LSP, and the LSP is right now leaking memory. So I'm trying to understand how to profile the memory leaks in my language, which is written in OCaml. And I'm also using Nix to manage my like dependencies. And I added the thing from Jane Street called memtrace. And now I have the problems which says that yeah, so like there's some conflicting dependencies here, basically. No solution including optional dependencies for Dune Depths and Cast and memtrace viewer, like on this thing. So memtrace viewer says that OCaml must be less than 412. Really? Hold on. Memtrace viewer. Memtrace viewer says OCaml more than or equal 411. But that's because I'm using the memtrace. Which version? Which version of memtrace is it using? Maybe I'm using the old version? 017. Maybe let me try fix the version of memtrace viewer. 017. 0. What's my language? My language is called Cast. You can read about it on the website, or you can ask me some questions, but it's like It's like a language which is supposed to be the language, you know? It's supposed to be a good language. Wait, did it actually work? Hold on. It actually, wait, what, no, it did not work, right? It did not work? Like Python or Go? Not really. Like it's well, it's a language that that takes inspiration from a lot of languages, I guess. I mean, it is a little bit like Python and Go, I guess. All the languages are a little bit like Python and Go. But it is it ML? Like in machine learning, or is it the ML like in OCaml, which means, what does ML even mean in OCaml? Is it based on performance or more focused on simplicity? Yeah, so it's focused on power. It's focused on power, which means that it is not designed for being beginner friendly. It is designed to be professional friendly. So it is an easy language to use, not an easy language to learn, is the idea. So I guess not like Go and Python in that sense, because it doesn't matter if you spend a little bit of time trying to learn the language, in my opinion. So it's supposed to be performant, it's supposed to have high-level abstractions, something like closer to Rust, I suppose, or like Haskell or stuff. ML comes from meta language, yeah. Cannot build. No matching version. No solution, including optional dependencies for Dune dApps. Missing dependency. Memtrace viewer 017. 017. But I literally see it right now over here. Latest. Can I see when was this published? In May 26, 2024. No, that's the original version, right? They don't show me the date where this version was released. If I look at this, yes. No, never mind. OCaml. Yeah, I guess it's because I'm trying to use like the version like 014, which has the OCaml less than 412, which is why I was having the problem. So I need this latest version. What do? I do Nix Flake update. Let's just update everything. Dependency hell. Well, it's yeah. I don't like the OCaml's dependency management. It's weird. I have a lot of issues like that when I'm just trying to install something. Haskell is the closest thing for immutability, but then they have unsafe perform IO. Yeah. So yeah, unlike Haskell though, I'm not going for immutability. I am going for mutability, but I'm going for controlled mutability and for the effect system instead of the monads. So it's going to look more like a normal human programming language than math. Devninja proposed two different record types, struct and class. One is mutable, other is immutable. Is that really more practical than just a single record type with optional mutability attached to each field? I also don't really like mutability being attached to the field. Mutability is the property not of a field. It's a property of the place, of a variable, basically. Like in Rust. I like that approach more. So, like, you can have the same type, the same struct, which is mutable in one place and immutable in another place. Your attention is to type definitions, not places. Yeah, Dev Ninja is doing that for his language. No solution, including optional dependencies. Memtrace viewer is more than 0.17. I did not say more than 0.17. Hello? Am I stupid? Zero 17 0 is the latest one, right? Why does it say no dependency, no matching version? Memtrace viewer 0.17. Why does it say no matching version? But why did it say more than instead of equal? It should be more than or equal, right? Can I say equal here? Is that something that I can say? You expanded the mini golf. Gross hacks that have lots of warnings but work fine. Peek ahead at the symbols row. What does this operator even do, the two vertical bars? I know what a single vertical bar does in Bash. What does two do? Oh wait, it's just an OR. It executes the second one only if this one is false, right? Just like in C. Yeah. Join the column with operator. Printf operator. What? What? Printf operator. Oh, just like you're printing it, and then you are using SED to actually calculate. So you're printing the things that need to be calculated, and then you calculate. BC is the calculator, right? Yeah. We're relying on next, sometimes being empty string, which is a parse error, and also short circuits. I see. You just turned into one big math expression. Makes sense. Invalid character. I cannot say that the version is this. Okay, let's try 0.16 because 0.16 also said that it should work with OCaml 5.4. Maybe let's try that. You guys love Nix? You guys like Nix? Yes. How about the OCaml package manager? And I'm using the combination of both here. Why does it say no matching version? This makes no sense. So like I'm using the so I'm using the OPAM repository, right? I'm trying to like solve these things from the OPAM repository, right? My OPAM repository is this one, right? I have the revision 3e. Let's take a look. So like OPAM repository. How do I like see this thing? Oh, packages. Where's like the repository? GitHub. OPAM. It's OPAM repository, right? OPAM repository. Let's take a look here. So I'm supposed to be using the latest master, right? So literally the last commit. 3e, right? 3e41. I'm using this thing, which means that I should have here packages. So I should have package, which is called mem trace. Wait, what? Why does the why does this stop at C? Where's the other packages? Nix yes, Nix West no. Too many. It is like GitHub frontend cannot show you the directory if it has too many like items in it. So I need to like look this up myself. 3626 entries not shown. Okay. Scroll up and it says it. Like, why does it say that there is no matching version of MapTrace Viewer 017? Like, it's literally supposed to be here, right? Wait a second. Why does it say MapTrace Viewer more than 017 if I literally said that I want 016? Why does it even say that it's looking for 017 and more than 017? If I said look for 016. Is this thing stupid? Yes, it's Dune. It's not Dune, it's OPAM. It's OPAM. Let's go into like you know what? Like, here's what I can do. I can remove the memtrace viewer. I don't want to figure out why is this like that. I can install this memtrace viewer because this is a binary from... Wait, no, I cannot. Or can I? Hold on. I can build OPAM project separately, maybe. Like over here somewhere. Can I do packages, build OPAM project? That's like OPAM Nix though. OPAM Nix. Build OPAM project. Let's do it separately. Like, instead of trying to mix into my current dependencies. So I'm just going to build the what's it called? Memtrace viewer. Who told it to use more than? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, so basically I just put all of my dependencies into like the same thing, and it's trying to like, so like OPAM can only use one version of one package, right? So like the way it was doing the resolution is like, if I just use the star version, then it was trying to use the OCaml compiler of two versions, because I rely on the OCaml 5.4, which is the latest compiler, but then the old memtrace viewer was relying on the old compiler. So yeah, something. Source package has been renamed to simple version control. If you encounter this error and did not intend to use that package, you may have falsely constructed overlay. What? What are you saying? Let's discard the flake lock. Let's use the old version. Of the Nix packages, I guess. Put both in one sec and hit it with a hammer. You will always target the right one. Memtrace viewer is missing. Wait, memtrace viewer is missing. What does that even mean? Oh, the source. No. Hold on. I want to build a PAM project from the thing. Hold on. How do I do that? I forget. Hold on. Let me take a look. OPAM Nix. It's something. Building package from OPAM repository. If you didn't need to do shenanigans like this, then your package manager probably sucks. Which one? There is like a lot of package like there's two package managers here, the OCaml one and the Nix. I mean they both suck. I agree. But the biggest problem is that like in Rust, or I don't know like about like the other ones, like the biggest problem is that it cannot use the two dependencies. Like a single dependency must be having a single version, right? That's not the limitation of like other programming languages, but I don't know about all of them. I guess in Java you also can have the problems if you try to use the dependency with two different versions, right? Don't get me started on JavaScript. In JavaScript, what happens in JavaScript if you try to use the package from Node and like you have conflicting dependencies? What's going to happen? Is it at least going to complain? Or like I think something like what is happening in OCaml should be happening in JavaScript, right? Or is it not? Where it just refuses to resolve your dependencies. Also, PAMNix is the lib. Can I read the documentation for this? I forget how do I install a package just from the OPAM. Build OPAM project, like you need to give it the source, but I don't want to give the source. I want it to download it automatically from OPAM, I guess. Materialization. Examples, vendored packages, make overlay. I overlay, devs to scope. Wait, I need to have something like query to scope, right? Query to scope. Yeah, yeah, there we go. That's all, with sane defaults. That makes sense. Yeah, so I want query to scope, OPAM Nix, query to scope. I want to just install the mem trace viewer. Mem trace viewer is star dot mem trace viewer. That's how I do it. Yarn and npm create their own log files. Yeah. But like log file doesn't, yeah. Log file means when your resolution is successful, then you like fix the versions to specific versions, right? But what happens if you try to like have if you have one dependency which depends on the third package with like the version being like less than 2, and the other dependency depends on the same like third dependency with version more than 2. So like then the package manager is just going to not be able to solve the dependencies at all, right? Which is what's happening for me here. But usually you don't get a version mismatch. Well, because usually you use what? Usually, do you use semantic versioning in JavaScript usually? Or do you just use more than or equal versioning? So yeah, now I'm using OCaml compiler 5.1, which is, but I'm doing it separately. So I'm basically, what's happening right now is I'm having two separate like worlds. One world has the OCaml compiler 5.1 and another world has OCaml compiler 5.4. Because from this one I only need the binary, I can make this world separate, which is how I solve this thing. But it's annoying here. You know what's cool? Node modules cannot have more than one version of the same package. Okay, yes. So you're going to have the same problem as I'm having in OCaml then. You just usually don't have it. But why do you usually not have it in JavaScript? Because the package maintainers actually like update their packages in time, or because you always use like very old packages which are known to not have dependency problems. This OCaml seems complicated. Well, I mean, like it's actually like it is actually simple, but because it's simple we have troubles. You know, like the simplicity of not allowing the same package to be of like two separate versions is leading to problems. Usually version ranges are a cross-measure version, so newer versions are not a breaker. Yeah. Usually solve it by overriding the package version and setting it to ignore some constraints in JavaScript. And then you pray that it doesn't actually break your code, right? How close are we to rewriting that is not casting cast? No, not close, not close, no. I'm not going to like drop OCaml because of this issue. No. As my yeah, no, not for another language. That is not the language itself. Is Rust package system better? Yes, because it does not have this limitation. But at the same time, like in Rust, so in Rust, like you don't have this dependency hell, but in Rust you can have, because multiple packages can resolve to different versions of like the same other package, you can have like compilation issues because the type, the types are considered different from the package which is like, so the package that is two separate versions is basically two separate packages. So like if you want two dependencies to work together with the same common dependency, then you want them to be resolved. But it didn't really like, I think it actually happened to me once when I had to like fix the dependency because of that. You want multiple versions of Nigel, but I like the old Nigel more. Is that also possible with Rust? Right, and now I'm compiling all of my OCaml dependencies, it seems. I think it's going to work this time. Big Num. Fuzzy Match. Jane Street. For Unix. Async kernel. How much stuff do I need to compile here? Virtual DOM. Oh yeah, that's right. It's because like I'm installing the thing that is like like front end library for OCaml. Async.js. Yeah. You statically link the whole world. I think that's how OCaml works in general, right? Does OCaml even have dynamic dependency? OCaml dynamic linking. Is that even possible? There's module dim link. Dynamic loading of CMO, CMA, and CMX files. Okay. Dynamic loading of compiled units. I guess there is something like that. Module already loaded. So this is just, yeah. Inconsistent implementation. That's only for their own VM. Maybe, yeah. It's a bytecode library and link it with the running program. In native code, load the given OCaml plugin file. So, yeah, no, they say that it's going to work in native code. You load the given OCaml plugin file, usually CMXS, and link it with the running program. Top-level expressions in the loading compilation units are evaluated. No facilities are provided to access value names defined by the unit. So, like, you cannot access, though, nothing. You cannot access value names there, right? So it must register entry points with the main program by modifying tables of functions. Building. Okay, I'm almost there. Oh my god, it failed! Dune. Code icons library is not found. Why? What do you mean? Code icons. What is code icons? No. Is that something in the OPAM? Is that not listed in... And it's not listed in the dependencies of this library? Icons from VS Code? But like, if you want to use this library, then why do you not list it as the dependency? So memtrace viewer, code icons. Code icons is not listed as the dependency here. So why is it trying to... What? Memtrace viewer. Let's take a look at this repository here. Code icons. Wait, memtrace viewer OPAM does have the code icons in the dependencies. It depends on code icons. Why is this dependency, if it's listed in the repository on GitHub, why is it not listed in the OPAM repository then? Where did the dependency go? It just got deleted? Hello? I looked at an old version. That's just the old version. What is the version that I'm even trying to do? 017. Yeah, 017. 017 latest. I don't see the code icons here either. Right? So like, why is it not listed here? That makes no sense, right? Because this is the version 0.18 preview, maybe. This, I'm looking at 0.17 now. It doesn't have code icons. Code icons. How do I go back to this repository itself? This? Oh my god, memtrace, opam. This is, yeah, can I like look at 0.17 maybe like this? Opam. Oh, it's because this one doesn't even, wait, no. Zero memtrace viewer opam. This one does not have code icons. Wait, so yeah, so they literally published the project on opam, which uses a dependency that is not declared in their project file? Is that what's happening? Is that literally what's happening here? Let me clone this. So here's my, yeah, let me just do git checkout v017, right? Just to make sure, I'm using the v017. We have the opam project file, which does not include the code icons, right? But code icons is being used over here. It is literally listed as a dependency here in the project, and it's not listed in the opam file. Beautiful. Let's see. So I guess I will need to like maybe let's try using the new version then. Build Dune. Fine. Let's do that here. I'm going to say that memtrace viewer is memtrace viewer. Let's clone this from Jane Street. And then the revision is going to be, let's just use the last revision. 0.18 preview, sure. Like, surely that is going to work, right? Surely that one is going to work. Fork it and make a pull request. But I'm not going to make a pull request for the old version. They already have it in the new version, which is not just published on the opam yet. Okay, so basically what happens today so far is I have solved the advent of code in 30 minutes, and then 1 hour of fighting the OCaml package management. That's the short summary of what was happening today. No solution, including the dependencies for maintrace viewer. Missing dependency. Maintrace viewer less than 0.14 bonsai web. What does this mean? So a usual cast stream, you say? No, I don't like add a new dependency every day. No. Wait, what? Is it with packages? No. This is not packages.my. Okay, just to make sure. the one. We only do it on Tuesdays and Thursday. Memtrace viewers less than 014. Bonsai web unknown package. So this new version of Memtrace viewer depends on Bonsai web, which is not even published to the OPAM yet, right? Is that right? Is that right? Bonsai, yes, literally. Bonsai web is not a thing that exists. Okay, so how do I solve this then? Okay, so then I do fork it after all, right? And I just fix the 017 one by adding the dependency, right? Let's fork it. Memtrace viewer. Wait, can I fork, like, I only copied the master branch. I wanted to copy all the branches. Can I like fork all the branches still? I mean, I can check the from the upstream, right? Let's see. How do you do this? Git remote. Git remote. Git remote. I want to like rename, right? Yeah, I want to git remote rename origin to upstream, I guess, and then we say git remote add origin github kuviman memtrace viewer. I'm just hoping that this like all of this effort is going to be worth it. I'm going to find the memory leak actually. Branches up to date with upstream 017. Yes. So let's see. Git push origin the 017 fixes. Can I do that? How do you do this to a new branch? Fail to push some refs to Kuvim and Memtrace viewer because it does not match any. Like that's the new branch that I want to create on my origin, right? Rust reached the level of popularity where people deny having ever been a Rust guy. Me? No, that crab is made is kind of unrelated. Are you denying your you being a Rust station too now? Hello, Raymarch. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. But if you have missed it, I've been solving the advent of code with my language, so it's working, and we have like LSP and stuff helping us, but I need to, it is memory leaking currently, and it's relatively slow, so I'm trying to fix it, but I'm fighting with the OCaml package manager currently, and with the packages which are being pushed to the repository in the incorrect way, it seems. How do you push the new branch? Like git push. Set upstream, right? Set upstream origin. 017 fixes. Like why does it say source ref spec does not match any? Like What does this mean? It means that this branch should exist on the origin before I push to it. Can I force? Force doesn't work. Delete and reclone. But if I reclone, then I lose the... Okay, sure, let's delete and reclone, fine. But it's weird. Right? Git clone. So I'm going to clone the... Kuviman memtrace viewer. Like this, right? So I'm going to do that. And then I need to add git remote, add upstream then to be GitHub Jane Street memtrace viewer, right? And then we just need to git checkout upstream v017. How do I check the maybe I'm just like not understanding this. Like I need to like check out from the upstream, right? Because I did not even like git fetch upstream. Oh, I need to fetch it before. Yeah, that makes sense, right? I need to fetch it first, and then I need to check out 017. So that's my new local branch too, right? But it's set to track upstream now, right? Like I need to make it track the origin now so that I can push it, right? Because I cannot push. Git push you origin 017 fixes. And then like we are back to the same error. Is it because I'm naming it like that? Fixes. When did you make the fixes? I did not even make the fixes yet. Do I need to commit something to this branch first? And then I will be able to push it? That's weird. The branch doesn't exist. Yes. So I want to create it and push it. Right? How do I do that? It needs to exist. Why does it not have to exist when I create a new repository? Git checkout B, and then you can push it. So I cannot just change the existing like branch to point to my origin, but like this only creates the branch locally, right? So I wanted to change what is like the tracking like remote branch. Like how is this different? I don't understand. Isn't this the same thing? Because before I did this push here, this branch also didn't exist. I wanted to local this. So this doesn't push the current branch, this pushes this branch, right? Okay, maybe that's how it worked. Okay, sure, whatever. We have the fixes. So the fix that I need is that over here they forgot the dependency. The dependency is... What was it again? What was it again? Jane Street and trace viewer on the master branch. Code icons, right? I need code icons here. Add missing dependency code icons to OPAM file. Okay, so now I need to say git log. I need to like check this commit. I need to move this over here. And we go from Kuviman, right? Maybe it's just had. No, I mean, over here in Nix, I need to specify the revision because I'm not using the local repository, right? I'm going to re-download from GitHub and make it reproducible. I cannot just say had. Or you mean like to push the current branch? Yeah. All right, is this going to work? No idea. Was day 6 even easier than day 5? I mean, I don't know which one is easier. It depends on like... They're equally like very easy. I don't know even how to compare them. For a new programmer, they might have different difficulty, I guess. So, but that depends on what they know. I finished it a lot quicker than day 5. Well, I mean, on day 5, I was like solving the part 2 before, like only after I did some improvement to the language. So, like, I wasn't like... Surprise for you, Vercel app. Do we click that link though? Or do we ban this person? There is no way that's a good idea to click. There's no way. Do we click ban? Do we click the ban button here? But I'm wondering now what was there on that link. Did anyone click it? Now I'm wondering what was there. Just some like... You curled it? Still reading? Is there text? Said verification failed, so you think it's a scam? I see. But they know your IP now, bad cop. I don't know. Or something. Device verification. Memtrace viewer has been created. So how about I start using it? Huh? Can you finish this job, please, Nix? Or Camel? Whoever is doing the work right now? Oh, look, I have Bash who is using 8% CPU right now. Since when is Bash is using that much CPU, bad cop? Okay, it looks like it actually works though. Hold on, Memtrace viewer. Wait, what did I just install though? Why is it not here? Memtrace. Memtrace dump trace, Memtrace flame graph. Memtrace identifier. Oh, it's because this one is with a dash. All right, Memtrace viewer. Okay, I think I installed it. Nice, finally. Okay, do I submit this as a pull request though to the branch 017? I don't know. It seems weird that they did not have, they had missing dependency in the op-amp version. Okay. So this is me installing memtrace. All right, now let's try using this. So there's this article, right? We are getting back to it, into it, right? So I add a library, and then inside my program, I need to somewhere say memtrace dot trace if requested. A new line. Let's copy this somewhere in the beginning of my file, right? So cast binary somewhere. Cast binary main, like over here. Here's my main, right? So I just do this, right? Memtrace trace if requested. This is a new line. Why is it not formatted? I would celebrate if you would create an issue where you link the whole hour of fighting against the main viewer. Wait, they do have some such things on this web page. I'll link the live stream. Okay, but I need to add the memtrace to the dependency here, right? Memtrace, which actually means that memtrace should be the dependency which is specified in the Dune project. Over here, memtrace, instead of it being specified in my Flake, because that's required to build my thing. It's gonna send hi in a loop. We're going to crash them. We're going to have the scammers, have the memory leak issue just like I have here, and they will also. Well, it just sends to the Telegram, so yeah, I guess it's not too. Anyway, let's see, just Dune build. Cast. Hello world. Okay. So what does this do? This creates some file, right? This will check whether the environment variable memtrace is set, and so it stores the trace as memtrace using the default sample rate. So memtrace is trace CRT. Okay, let's do this. Memtrace. So here's how we use it, right? We say memtrace is trace CTF. Cast examples hello world, right? So this is going to create the file that is called trace CTF. Here's this file. Okay. So, and now I want to just open the memtrace viewer, trace CTF, right? Is that correct? And then we open this. So just localhost 8080, localhost 8080. All right, we are actually here. We have the flame graph. So what? So I have allocated 22 megabytes, right? And this is what happened, right? Okay, nice. So now we do this, but for the language server, and we try to the 80s called and want their web design back. I don't know. What is there something wrong with this design? I don't know. I'm not a designer. It works, I guess. So like let me add this to the git ignore then. Trace CTF. So how do I do this for the LSP? I need to like the LSP itself to be ran using the memtrace viewer, right? So this should be a shell script, and then we just do let's see, so we just do Dune exec cast, but I will say memtrace is trace CTF. Was it CTF? Remember, let's actually do star CTF or something, and I will say, you know, LSP trace CTF. How about that? So I'm going to remove the limit of 1 GB of RAM. We're going to watch the RAM go up, and then we are going to look at the trace at some point, right? They're removing the limit of 1 GB. Maybe it should have been the limit of like 10 GB. I just don't want it to crash, you know, because maybe it's not going to finish writing the file or something. I don't know. So right now I have 24 GB of RAM available, right? So let's try to not use it all. Let's just reload just in case. Open some cast file, right? So here we go. We have the LSP. It's working, right? Okay. Let's write some code here. Cast is using 1% RAM. Let's write some more code here. Oh wait, it's not even, yeah, it's not updating. In NeoVim, you don't receive the updates in the language server on every, when you're in the insert mode, I guess. So we want something like A, and then we want to copy this, and we want like paste, right? Or do I need to save? 6.9 gigs. Okay, we actually used the gigabyte already. Maybe I can stop at this point. This is probably enough for like collecting the data. 7.5 gigabytes. 7.6. All right, let's stop it. Okay, so it stopped. So we have the LSP trace, which is 150 kilobytes now. A is worth 100 megabytes. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Okay, so we do trace. We do memtrace viewer, LSP trace CTF. Assert failure. I cannot even see it anymore. We have an assert failure. Okay, well, I mean, I think these things, the other ones, memtrace dump trace, memtrace flame graph, maybe I just use this because I think that's just part of the like original library. It's just memtrace viewer is broken, but this one is still there. Memtrace flame graph, and then trace file LSP trace CTF. Exception. What do you mean exception? I have a new slogan for a camel. It just works, but not on your machine, lol. Lol. The ball is easy enough. Try. Like opposite of Docker. You mean the camel? That it just works, but not on your machine. So this also doesn't work. Okay, so like, so they have written a file which is impossible to parse. Am I understanding this correctly? Memtrace location codec MTF table swap. Assertion failed. In source location codec. Memtrace location codec. This is the same exception, right? So it's, which is part of like the library. Source location codec. In monitor ML error. What does this even mean? In which file is it? Source location codec, but in which package? In just memtrace itself? Do I need to like pull request again? Or something? Just memtrace itself, I'm assuming now, not the viewer. Source. Like over here somewhere. Location codec. It's here. Line 27. Line 27. Has the assert false here. Beautiful. Okay. Look at this nice and readable code, right? With a bunch of comments. I like that the only comment in this file is this one, which just says that location is location. That's a very useful comment, right? Classic OCaml source code. I mean, my source code is also not annotated with comments, so yeah. I'm not saying that my code is better. Move to front codec. Okay. So what does it mean? The assert false. Do I remove the assert? Swap MTF I assert I is not found is not equal to not found. E is match MTF dot I. With empty assert false full as EE. So what do? I fork this and I rename MTF to WTF. Like, what am I supposed to do here? I don't know. Any suggestions? How do I make this work? I'm just following the blog post, right? Is it because I'm using the new version of the like? It worked. Like, is it because the file is too big? Maybe like I needed to not go like 2 GB of RAM. Remade to MF Seeker. Okay. I think maybe they screwed up their own scam. All right. Cop, bad cop doing the cop things. Bad cop being the good cop, investigating the scam. All right, keep us updated. Does the memory analyzer run out of memory? No, the memory analyzer created the file which it cannot parse. That's what's happening here. Let's just recreate the file from scratch. Sure. Let's open examples hello world again, right? So here's my LSP. We're going to add a couple things here. Look at the memory usage. And like, I mean, yeah, so it's already like increased, and then I just close it, right? And we memtrace viewer this file again. Yeah, it just cannot parse it. They even try to open your webcam. What if I just remove the assert from the code base? Do you think that's going to work? Like, so if I look at this code here, if I just don't do anything here, is it possible that you have to stop the memtrace program? It is stopped though. Because like maybe it's stopped in the incorrect way, because the way I stopped it is by closing the new vim, which just kills the language server maybe. So it should be not killed, but it should be like, we should have a graceful shutdown for the LSP maybe. Maybe that's the case, right? How do I do a graceful shutdown of the LSP? Like I need to actually stop it. Maybe let's open Helix instead. I think Helix maybe will work better. Let's see. Hello. Um, and then let's try here LSP stop. Language server exited. Memtrace viewer. It does not work. Can you test by running on CLI and test this way? So like that's what I did, right? So I just do cast, right? So I just do memtrace. Well, I just do cast right now because that's already has the memtrace there, right? So just cast examples. Hello, but this is not running the. Wait, what? No, that makes sense, right? Because I have changed the file with some random characters there. So this should still create the LSP trace. So this LSP trace can be opened, right? When I just run the program. In Nix, you use Dune exec would be the issue, but that is what cast is about. Cast is the Dune exec, because cast is this file which is just the that thing, you know. That's what I would do. In Nix, I just create this file, right, which creates this this bash script, which is cast. So it's the same thing. The only problem is that the language server is actually cast LSP, right? It's actually cast LSP. So then if I do Control C here, for example, right? So cast LSP stopped. This also has opened successfully. Maybe I do. I have this like test log from before with like some fake information, with some fake requests. Maybe we can try that. And then yeah, and then it just doesn't work anymore. So like, so it doesn't work because what? Because I actually do something in the language server. What? I don't know. This makes no sense to me. It seems like they have a bug. Maybe. Or whatever the language, like the language server is messing with with a memtrace in some way, somehow. So disappointed, scammer was too dumb to even do the scam right, so I cannot send them memes. Okay, so basically, I can, yeah. What's the difference between the LSP and the program itself? The difference is that LSP is just a program. I mean, I just use some extra libraries there, which, like, I don't know why would anything be different there. This makes no sense to me. Do they have issues? Exceptions while reading a trace. There we go. When I trace my program for a few minutes, memtrace loses the ability to read back the file without an exception. That's literally it. Opened in 2022. It would be nice to have a release of memtrace with this fix. Duplicate of this, which is fixed by 23. Okay, it's fixed. So I just need to use the new version, which has not been published to the OPAM. Is that correct? So I need to fix it by using the non-published version of memtrace. Is that correct? Okay. So yeah, fix lock code masks. Correctly clamp with while encoding locations. All right, so they had a bug here, which is fixed, but it is not published on the OPAM. So what we need to do is we need to use this version from the OPAM. Okay, that's should not be too difficult to do, I think. So similarly to how I already override the ppx lib, similarly to that, because that also is a thing that I needed to change. We need to overlay the I need to overlay the memtrace. We build a memtrace. We clone this from just their repository. And we use the revision, just the last one. Like that, right? Let's see if that works. I feel like this did not change it. Overlays. Wait, overlays is not being used. Wait, it's because this... Wait, what? Because I only have a single overlay. There we go. And do this here. And say this dot memtrace. Suppose. Because there's an overlay. So this is the old stuff. I need to delete it. Let's try again. It seems like it has been built, and we are here. Oh, it is actually fixed. Nice. Why don't they like just update the version in the OPAM? Why do I need to do the hacks here? Just to be able to do that. Okay, so here's my actual LSP, and I did use the 1.2 gigabytes of RAM here, right? Okay, so maybe this is already like the good one where I can see what's happening. So it's EIO Linux. Do I have a EIO Linux schedule run allocation site steadily list iter processing process? So yeah, literally just processing the LSP, right? So I have my language server, and this is the graph of RAM, right? And we like go up. I see. Total allocation is 1.2. Peak live memory is 107. Wait, so peak live memory is just 100 megabytes. I'm just doing a lot of allocations, but then it's supposed to be freed, right, over time. But it's not freed, like but I'm actually leaking memory, right? Do I need to run this for a longer time? Let's try running for a longer time. So I just open Helix, open example, hello world, and then we like delete this, delete that, delete this symbol and that symbol and this symbol. Am I leaking yet? Let's do a couple gigabytes here. Just going to delete these characters one by one, which is going to cause a bunch of updates in the LSP. So this is right now using more than a gigabyte of RAM already. So let's reopen this thing and see. So here's my memory graph, right? And we just go up. So yeah, I do like allocate a bunch of memory, and then a lot of that memory is being freed, but then the graph itself says that we're still growing the memory over time, right? So why? I'm leaking something. So I used, I allocated 30 gigabytes. Nice. And it seems like it's this inference unite types. So the inference algorithm is allocating 20 gigabytes. I see. Yeah, inference unite data. I see. But why would it leak the memory? That makes no sense. Does it make sense? I don't think it makes sense. Does it make sense? Can I zoom into the things here? Like I can click, but it doesn't say hot paths. Is this web page frozen? Unhandled exception. I have an unhandled exception in the memtrace viewer, like too, in this web page. All right, nice, nice. But yeah, it all boils down to the inference. So the bug is in the inference, is what it seems like. Unite. Fine. It doesn't really like give me a lot of information. Or does it? Well, I mean, this is good information, I suppose. Let's open VS Code now. I'm going to, although, change my cast to be this thing again. Limit the memory to 1 GB. Back. So here's my inference. So it's supposedly just in this file, which file is 250 lines of code. So when I unite two variables, is there any leaking happening here? I mean, there's no global data though, which is weird. If there is no global data, then the leak is not here. This is where I am allocating. Hold on. I feel like if we look at this graph, like as you can see, I am allocating a lot of memory, but then a lot of the memory is being freed, right? So I think that the fact that I'm allocating a lot of memory in the inference actually does make sense, but I would expect all of that memory to be freed. And it's not freed means that it's weird. So this helps me figure out where the allocations are happening. It's not helping me figure out where the memory is being leaked, right? Like, it makes sense that I allocate a lot. How does this... maybe let's see this, right? Finding memory leaks. How do you find memory leak? So, OCaml already has support for profiling memory using space-time framework. Space-time would gather data on the allocations performed by a program. It was very useful for finding memory leaks, but it had high overhead. Oh, wait, there was already the other tool that was working, right? And this is the new one, okay. Works with the Android OCaml compiler, support on all platforms. Low enough overhead. Running the viewer. Flame graph. Memory usage. Yes, so what the totals cannot tell us, however, is when the allocations contributing to the peak occurred. Perhaps each peak consists of entirely new objects, or perhaps objects from much earlier are accumulating. To test this out, we can narrow our view to those allocations whose objects remain live at the end of trace, or whether the peak happens to be. Here I set only show allocations live somewhere between 11 and 12 seconds and click apply. Okay, is there add a filter? Okay, but this thing is crashed. How do I uncrash it? No, this is the wrong one, right? Okay, there we go. Allocated between, is this seconds? This is seconds, right? Between, let's say between 20 and 49 seconds. Apply. Not allocated, live. Live between 20 and 49 filter. Is that what I want? Showing objects that are collected in this range. Is that what they told me? Only show allocations that are live between 11 and 12 seconds. So, yeah, that makes sense, right? So the objects that are not garbage collected. So why do I only see all red stuff now? Between 20 and 25. Apply. So if you look at this graph, there is the line, the... Wait, what? What am I seeing on the graph, though? I'm not seeing anything useful, right? 2025. Like, what is this blue line? Oh, wait. So, like, okay. I understand. So, like, this blue line is the allocations that are still live in this 25 seconds, right? And as you can see, this allocation actually gets freed later over here, right? But it gets later after a couple seconds. So, this over here is GC running, and it actually frees the object that I would expect to be freed earlier. And then there is still a bunch of things that never get freed, right? Okay. What if I say like 30 to 35? We have the same graph. So the things that were allocated in this period are actually garbage collected in a couple seconds later. But then there is like and this is like the amount of allocations that keep leaking. Yes. So this blue graph over here. I guess I can just say like at the end, right? 40 to 50. So like at the end, right? So this blue line is the line of a memory that is leaking. So this is showing me the leaks. That makes sense now. But can I have the leaks that are live here? Can I do end? Yes, I can do end. End live. Between 30 and 35. How about that? Right? Okay. So core syntax function. Core syntax module and core syntax function. It sends a non-GC rewrite coming. I don't think the GC is the problem. Like maybe I'm actually leaking the memory. Like somehow I'm storing something somewhere. Like I don't really have a lot of global data though, which is weird. stdlib map make core syntax. Is it because I'm using the same wait, can I, is it, wait, hold on, am I using the same compiler? Or am I creating the new one? Let me just take a look at how my LSP works. Right, so we have processing LSP. Process workspace. We have the global state. So here's my global state. Here's what I'm actually like saving, right? I have the virtual file system and I have the import cache. And I have diagnostics, and I have roots, and I have workspace states, and workspace states contains the roots and files. There's no way. No, it makes no sense. Compiler import cache, workspace state, diagnostics, workspace states, file state. What about file states? So I've compiled is expression and parsed is result. But then I am supposed to overwrite it. And the old one is going to be freed, right? I don't actually see the issue in this code. This makes no sense to me. So the interpreter that I'm using, the compiler that I'm using, workspace file, cast interpreter, default. So this is like creating the new one. Yeah. Compiled. Workspace. Process file. I don't see why would this memory leak at all. Right? Let's maybe do when I'm doing the processing, can I like completely remove my global state? How about that? Can I completely remove the global state when I'm doing the processing? Just to make sure, like let's delete everything there. Process workspace is what we do. Global state. Process workspace. This is being used. Oh, recalculate. Right? Yeah, so we need the recalculate on the global state. Ooh, and that is being actually done here. State option get processing recalculate. Yes. Is it because I'm like spawning a new like thread here and like maybe these things are leaking somehow? That would not make much sense though. If spawning a thread is leaking memory, no camel, right? State. How do I initialize the state though? Processing init workspace folders. Processing init. Init workspace. Oh, Kabul doesn't make sense. What Linux is this? I'm using Nix, by the way. Yes. Hello. Final boss Kali. Well, let's just not use the recalculate. How about this? I will instead say here that state is some processing init. Well, I mean, yeah, let's just reinitialize instead of recalculating, right? That means that I need the workspace folders though to be saved. This is a sequence. What language is this? Doesn't look like Rust. This is OCaml. Did you expect to see Rust here? I mean, I do write Rust when I'm working on the game. Your code would not suffer from a little more documentation, just saying. No. This is idiomatic OCaml. If you look at the standard library, it also doesn't have any documentation. So I'm doing it in the idiomatic way. I just looked at some other, like Jane Street. Jane Street is a respected company, right? We just took a look at their code. They also don't have comments. So I think I'm doing this in idiomatic way, the way other OCaml people do it, right? I mean, but what is actually like? What could use more documentation here? What exactly do you think I should document here? This is initialization of the LSP. This is workspace folders, and then I initialize the LSP state and like stuff. Like what would I put here? What would I document here? I don't understand. like do I need to add a comment that this is initializing, even though this was already obvious? How to do documentation, because I have no idea how to write documentation. Sure, add a comment that says that it's initialization. I think that's useless. It's obvious to you because you wrote it. It's obvious because this is called initialize, right? So why do I duplicate the word twice? All right, let's say that I want to have a value so that I can reinitialize actually workspace folders. Is ref empty list, I guess. So can I say here self dot workspace folders with workspace folders? Is that what I do? This version has type LSP server. Okay, now I don't know how to access the fields. Workspace folders saved. I guess I can do it without that. Then we just do this. Okay. So then we do, instead of recalculating, for now, for testing, I'm going to say that state is I like the same as I was doing here. Just using the saved workspace folders. Let's try that. Let's try that. I don't think this makes much sense. But sure. Well, now I need to like rewrite this. We need to go back to that so that we write the memtrace. Again. Where's my LSP? Oh, it's actually here. Never mind. Where's my error messages? Okay, now they are here. I need to save the file. Only then it starts recalculating it for some reason. Oh, because I'm initializing. That actually makes sense. Because initializing actually only reads the... Yeah. Because it's not using the virtual file system anymore. Which makes sense. So am I going to leak the memory here or not? Is the question then. If this is actually fixing the memory leak, I could have tried that even before. Ruby writes notoriously unreadable code, someone had to say it. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So is this still leaking memory? I'm already using 8.3 gigabytes. Let's open the viewer again. Let's see the graph. This looks like I'm still leaking memory, right? Even although I'm literally not saving the things at all. Okay, how do I figure out why is OCaml leaking memory? Because that doesn't tell me much. So I literally like discard the entire state, which means that it should be collected. So nothing here. So I still, so I have some like global things then, right? Somewhere, somehow. Let's add a filter again. Live. At the end of trace. Live between 95 and 94, and live between 80 and 81. Apply. It did not apply. Did it crash? Oh, because it's closed. Yeah, because it's closed. Okay, so it only can work when this thing is working, I see. Five 96 and live between 80 and 81. Lie. Okay, so here's my graph of me leaking memory. It's neither self-documenting nor he adds comments. It is self-documenting. Skill issue. Skill issue, Nigel. Imperative languages will always have one level of readability over declarative languages. Question mark. I think it's because you replied to Scott, and Scott has a 69 in their nickname. Yeah. That's why it was nice. So it is some inference data. Some expressions initialized. Some inference data. Yeah. Hot paths. I don't understand hot path versus functions. (1969), my birth year. Nice. Yeah, no, I agree that like imperative code can be more readable than functional for sure. But as someone who is writing functional code said to me, that's like the reason we are struggling with reading functional code is because we have skill issues. Okay, it's not just you. I also have the same issue. So we are going to rewrite the language for sure. And maybe when I rewrite, we'll add some comments. But you need to tell me what comments to add, because I have no idea how to add comments properly, because none of the comments that I mean, we have the comment here, right? We define a helper method that will process a document, store the state, and return the diagnostics. Although this comment is outdated now, so the fact that we add comments actually hurts, because the comment is now outdated. It does not return the diagnostics anymore. So relying on comments is also wrong, unless you update them all the time. We used to have add comment to channel point redemption, just saying. Yeah, but it was not used to add useful comments, right? It was used to add some meme comments. Updating the comments is also important. And I think that it is a lot more important to have a language that allows you to write self-documenting code. Like one thing that would, like, instead of documenting what this does, this should be like this should be the method that's called differently. We should just rename this to like on document updated, and then like that's what's happening when the document is updated, right? Do I need to like write a comment then, right? Because on doc is not very descriptive name, but that's because I used it, because I copy pasted it from the example of the repository of the library that I'm using. That's why, and then I never changed the name. So it's not because of the lack of the comment here. It's because the names are the name could be improved, but like the other names, like on request completion, this is the LSP server, this is when we request the completion. Like when we want when they request to get the inlay hints, when we hover the things, right? We have a request cover. Like what do you want me to add here as a comment? Are you saying that this code is not self-documenting? So we have the request hover, so we get our file state for the file, and then we try to hover using like the implementation. Like what is the comment that I would put here? None of the comments as useful information here that I can think of. Those are pretty clear, yeah. So like this is clear. So what is not clear then? Like this over here, this is a longer body, right? So when the document changes, we are updating the file, and then I'm spawning a thread basically here, which replaces the state with the new state. I think this is also self-documenting. I don't think I need to change anything here. Starting up functions, starting up match cases. Like, what is it the example though? Like, where do I have like these back match cases? In my interpreter. So here's the interpreter, right? Here's the interpreter. And over here we have a big match case, right? But why? Because I'm doing evaluation. So I'm just evaluating the expression. So I'm just matching what the expression is. And then I'm doing some code, which is based on what am I trying to evaluate? Like, what do I add here as a comment? I don't know. Maybe I need to like learn how to write comments, but I think that this code is self-documenting. The latest state spawn does not necessarily spawn a new thread. Okay, yeah, this over here can be maybe like renamed. This is the debouncing thing. This once again is just a naming issue. So it's so that if we get spammed with document updates, we don't process each update. We only need to process the latest update, which is why this is called latest state, right? Because I only care about the latest state. So we spawn the so we queue. Maybe this should be called queue or whatever, right? But I only care about the latest thing that is queued, basically. So we only execute the latest like function that I do here. Or something. I don't know. This is just a naming issue. Spawn state replacer thread. Is that a better... I don't know. Space state replacer thread. Now you need to like understand what is a state replacer. No. And like this is a generic thing, so like it's not... No, I don't agree that that's more descriptive. Because you literally see the state here already. So that's just duplicating the effort. Anyway. You describe what the function does, replacing state. Well, but it's not what this function does, so this function should not be called spawn state replacer. This function is doing it. And this function is spawning that function, I guess, right? But this should not be spawn, this should be queue or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, naming is difficult. But a comment would not fix that naming issue anyway. Spawn is ambiguous here. How is it ambiguous? How is it ambiguous? I could spawn a creature in a game, I could spawn a native OS thread. Well, it's latest state.spawn, right? So I spawn the function that calculates the latest state. That's what it is about, right? But it should not be spawned because like it's queuing it up. The only thing that I would change here. Read chat. What is each case in the match on source format cast FMT? Let's take a look. So you say this is not readable. Where? What is each case on line 71? Line 71. This print AST. AST is the AST, right? So we are doing the match of what AST is. AST is either an error, so we cannot format code with errors. Is that not understandable? AST is a simple token, in which case I need to print the comments before the token because they are attached to the token in this case, and then I print the token itself. Like, what's the problem here? that just means that in order to understand this, you need to understand what AST is, right? But that would not be fixed by a comment, because why would description of what AST is be printed here? All right, yeah, I don't know. If you have the suggestion for a good comment, then sure. The complex and syntax cases are quite large. All right, let's see what's this here. So I'm trying to print the complex AST node. So we figure out if it's wrapped or not. If it's... And then I'm trying to print the group. Because root, in this case, is the group. Why can I not hover this thing? This makes no sense. My OCaml LSP is not working too. Where's my OCaml LSP? Hello? Oh, there we go. I just need to restart it for no reason. It seems that OCaml 5 has memory issues. Did you like find that in general? OCaml 5 memory issues. So like, is it like completely impossible for me to fix my memory issues because it's just OCaml 5? I mean, but it's memory leaking. Like the fact that it just uses more memory is okay, right? But the fact that it's leaking memory is bad. Wikipedia link what AST is? No, because I mean, as you can see, my AST is either a simple AST, a complex AST, or a syntax AST. Like, so it's not like it's like an abstract syntax tree. It's like doubly abstract because it's very generic, because we define the syntax in the language itself. So yeah. OCaml manual spacetime. I'm not a OCaml expert, but there are complaints about V5 that memory usage went up. Yeah, higher memory usage does not mean necessarily memory leak. Yeah, someone said trying OxCaml or setting some domain limit for heap was the first link of my previous in chat. Did you put a link? Oh, this over here, yeah, maybe. Is that literally what I just looked at? Is a graph of memory usage for a real use case for our application? Well, I mean, so memory used, so like they allocated a bunch of stuff and then it never got freed. Right? But is it supposed to be free? That depends on the application, right? So is there the word leak in this page? No. So they are not complaining about the leaks. There have been several reports about excessive memory usage. On our side, we have also been observing higher memory usage and out-of-memory crashes more often. I'm actually like wondering if what is leaking memory is spawning a thread. I think this may be the case, because like, what if spawning a thread never despawns a thread? You know, what if spawning a thread doesn't despawn a thread? That makes sense, right? I could see how this can happen. It's like similar to opening a file and never closing a file, right? I have this domain manager, right? So the latest state, really, right? So this is over here. Domain manager run. Domain manager run. Runs in a newly created domain and returns the result. Does it remove the domain? Other fibers in the column domain may run in parallel. But you guys close file descriptors. Look on that page for domain. On what page? Like this page that you linked? Domain. There is no domains here. There's nothing about domains here, no. But there is nothing about the memory leaks here either. I mean, unless this has been like loaded asynchronously. Let's see, leak. Oh, no more memory leaks. Okay, domain. Thread. No. One sec. Am I having skill issue like doing the search because I need to press this button instead in this topic? Domain. OCaml runtime leak when creating destroying many threads in OCaml 4.10 plus. I've been trying to track down a memory leak that seemed to have occurred at OCaml 4.08 for 10 change, and I think we've narrowed it. There is a fix for this queued up. However, I got confused, but I was able to reproduce the leak locally when using a compiler built from OPAM. It turns out OPAM already applies the patch for less than or equal 412 due to this. If you are 413, it doesn't apply the patch though. When building OCaml from upstream tarballs and using, for example, the Fedora spec file, we don't get the patch, hence leading the distinction between dev and production. It looks like this will sort itself out when new 41xy upstream compiler packages are released. What? In this animation domains? I'm not sure what the question is aimed at me, but if it is, know that I have never mentioned about anything about the major heap. The issue we face is purely caused by the size of the minor heap. With OCaml 4 having 256 megabytes of minor heap is unnoticeable. With OCaml 5 having 32 gigs of minor heaps is quite noticeable. 256 times 128 domains by default. Sure, most operating systems will not actually waste physical RAM for those unused 31 gigs of minor heaps, but it still puts some stress in the user environment. I think I need to like understand how the domain managers here work. Like, so over here, I run in a newly created domain, right? So newly created domain means new thread, right? So, but this should be more like a thread pool, in my opinion, right? So it should reuse the old threads. So if I always only create the new threads into my thread pool, right? Even though the old threads have already finished running, then that makes no sense. Like, yeah. Why are they calling these domains and not threads also is another question, but yeah. So let's see, I don't know. Module X, resource get, ops py manager. X run T. So you complain about my code, but look at this. They call the variables X's and T's. That's a good name for a variable, right? If the spawning fiber is cancelled, sure. Shouldn't happen. Avoid. So x.run, this is the most important thing, right? X is the manager. So this is, I'm assuming, just the manager, domain manager. Run. So this is the manager. And this is their response. When I was at 30 gigs, I mistakenly assumed I had to do with my bad. I cannot reproduce my failure on the... Can you try D is 1, which says the maximum number of current domains to 1. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's try that. Let's try that. That's a good idea. But I already have a OCaml run param is B. How do I add this? Do I need a comma? How do you do this? B comma D is 1. Maybe. I need to have like in my VS Code extension so that I can stop the cast language server from within VS Code maybe. That would be nice. Cast LSP. Failed to allocate domain. Now I failed to allocate domain. I think I need to, maybe like I need 2 at least, right? So like there is one main thread and then there is the background thread. I want at most 1 background thread currently. But I think this is actually the issue. I literally spawn the threads and there is like 1,000 threads or whatever. Or like 128 threads, each with 256 megabytes, right? Or whatever, which leads it into 30 gigs of RAM. Maybe. Okay, that worked. Now let's see if it still is leaking memory. So I want to do that in Helix, because that's where I can stop the language server. Helix examples, hello. Okay, let's watch the memory. I think it still is leaking memory. But is it restarting the language server? No, it would tell me if it crashed. Yeah, I'm already using 10 gigs. This definitely leaks memory. You just started using Helix again after about 2 years. They have done a lot. Do they have the plugin system already published? Wasn't the domains then? I guess it is not that then. Let's just take a look at the MAME trace viewer again. Add filter 5 between 60, 62 and live between 50 and 51. Yeah, definitely a leak. Okay, maybe it's not the domains then. Okay. I don't understand. Like, I have this tool, and like, how do I like know where like the leak is happening still? So it's the processing. The processing spawns this much stuff, but the problem is this makes no sense. The problem is that this makes no sense, because if we look at processing, so process workspace, process file, right? Process file and process workspace. If we look at this, hash table remove global, but this is the global state, which I clear anyway. So the global state is not really even global currently, because it is discarded. Could I have, I mean, it's not the logging, right? Logging is not here. No, that makes no sense. So we process this and then compile. So here's the thing, right? Compiling allocated 600 megabytes. And then there's still a couple more megabytes extra, right? So this couple extra megabytes should have been cleared for sure. Because like, okay, sure, maybe like, so like there's some extra data which is specifically leaking in this function itself, right? It's self-leaking memory, not memory because I leak because I call some other function, you know? So like it's literally inside this code. But that makes no sense because there is no global state here where I would put it. Except for this global state, which I just delete. The entire thing. How about we try, let's try this. Let's try not compiling at all. Let's try to remove the compilation and only do the parsing. So the LSP is only going to give me the syntax highlighting, but not any other things. So I'm just literally going to say that compiled is none. And I'm going to comment all of this code. How about that? How about that? And then we open example KS. This doesn't work. Does it not work if I don't compile? No, it must work. Cannot lock memtrace file is another process using it. Yeah, the current LSP. So I'm parsing, right? Parsed. But it's still leak memory right now. Yeah, I'm just wondering why, like, if I remove the compilation here, but I still parse, I should have the syntax highlighting, and it was not doing the syntax highlighting, which is weird. Right? I mean, I can check if it's doing the leaking. It's probably like leaks the memory a lot slower though, if it does. If it does leak memory, it will do it a lot slower without compilation. Wait, why is OBS using so much CPU? Is that how it was always using? What? This has zero information in it. There's still cast running somewhere. There's a new one. I think it's like VS Code is trying to restart it. Let's try again. Helix. So I just used 7 megabytes now, right? And it doesn't even show me the graph. There's something wrong. Hold on. Like, I need to see the syntax highlighting when I'm parsing still. So I did something wrong myself, I think. So we have the parsed, right? Let's log it here. Log info. Parsed. Parsed this, right? Fail to process. Invalid argument option is none. That's what's happening. Invalid argument option is none. Where? Compiled is none. And that's invalid? How is that invalid? That's perfectly valid though. Oh! It's because I cannot parse the workspace KS file. Okay. Interesting. Process workspace. So I'm doing like this a bunch of times. Like I'm processing my workspace file a bunch of times. Can I leak memory here somehow? Yeah, because like this one is expected to be compiled. For sure, yeah. I mean, we can say over here that it is if source URI string contains workspace KS, then so like if it's not workspace KS, then if it's not workspace KS. Expression type string, but expression of type char. Oh wait, really? String contains you can only check for it to be containing a character and not like contains, like I cannot find a substring in a string, really, in OCaml? They don't even have that in standard library? Can I find a substring? I can only get the index of a character. Can I not? Yeah, GPT to the rescue. Can I look up a substring in string in OCaml? You had to implement it yourself? Yes, obviously. It's called string match. It's because it's a regex. You need to do it through a regex. The recommended is regex or the stir module, and stir module is different from string. Stir? There is no stir module. Don't lie to me. Almost as good as Go standard library. Does Go standard library also not have the the string searches? What is the RE? Like both of these modules don't exist. Unless I need to import this. Can I, okay, I can do string ends with, I guess, because that's going to be at the end anyway, I think. I'm not actually sure. No, it's not even that. I mean, maybe the path is, let's see. Okay, there you go. I have syntax highlighting now. Nice. Okay, so we don't like actually try to compile this, but we actually try to parse this. Am I leaking memory yet? It has no max for ints, for example. Let's see. Yeah, simple language. You have to define the maximum yourself. Nice. This looks like a leak. This looks like a leak. Okay. This is going to be a lot easier because if I don't try to like compile, well, I mean, I'm still trying to compile the workspace file. So we have like, so that the LSP knows which files it needs to parse. We have this file which is defining the roots of the workspace. So I don't like auto detect and like think that everything is a root because we include the files, right? So I'm still compiling this. I can hard code the roots to be like just hello world, for example, for now, and see if that will have a leak. Then we will literally have 0 compilation, right? Okay, can I have can I memtrace view like the thing that is which is still in progress? I guess I can. So we allocated 15 gigs. So it is still the process, right? And it is still the inference. And it is still compiler. Right. So let's, yeah, so it's still the compiler. Cast to float, then use float max is how you do the maximum in Go. Oof. You didn't cast in Goose language, similar trace in Rust. I'll do max via casts. No, I will do I mean we will have, I mean, yeah, with the OR trait, I guess, yes. Same as Rust. Okay, yeah, let's try to remove this from the LSP completely. Processing, so I'm going to say that workspace KS, like it does not, yeah, I cannot hover, so I do not compile here for sure. So let's just do if true, then none, so we never compile. And then for the workspace KS roots, I'm going to say so this is the roots, right? Let workspace roots be this. Right, so but I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to comment this out. And let's just comment all of this out. Right, and I'm going to say that workspace roots is examples hello KS. Let's try that. Restart language server. So this over here, right? So we have the syntax highlighting here, but I do not have syntax highlighting in this file, for example. Okay. Nice. And now we try again. Am I leaking? Four hours spent today already on this, and I still have not found the problem. Am I leaking? So if the most of the memory was used in the compiler. Wait, but why does the formatting not work? Formatting should work if I have the thing parsed. Hello? Format my code. Stupid. Okay. Let's take a look. 0? Hello? 0? What do you mean 0? What do you mean 0? It just restarted the language server because it exited. 326:45. Wait, there's no syntax highlighting here anymore. Is it crashed? It highlights here, but not here. It's not actually updating it. If I restart language server, it crashes. Go to output. Because there is another LSP working right now. Am I leaking my processes? There is an existing LSP working somewhere. Oh, oh no, it's because I'm viewing this thing. That's why. Right? Mem trace, another process is using it. Kill cast. Restart. Cast LSP. There is 2 cast LSPs. Where's this cast LSP from? No. No, this makes sense. It's because like this over here is the bash file and this one is calling the actual one. Yeah. So why is this not here? And why is this highlighted? That makes no sense right now. Because it just saves the highlighting from before. This makes no sense. So I have removed it and now this does not know this, right? Nothing makes sense anymore. Examples, hello KS. Maybe like this is not. Hold on. Workspace roots. Examples, hello KS. Workspace roots. Workspace roots is just the strings. Like the string. Yeah. Workspace file. Yeah. Log info here. Processing hello KS. So this file is being processed, but it never finishes processing because something happens, or what? Parsed. This. Parsed is true. It is parsed. This file is parsed. Semantic tokens. Semantic tokens. Info. Got semantic token request. Am I getting the semantic token request? I'm not getting the semantic token request. Why am I not getting the semantic token request? That makes no sense. So the LSP is not even trying to do the syntax highlighting. I'm not receiving the request for it. Because file state is none or whatever. Like, that makes no sense though. Can I like just log all the requests? Can I log all requests? There is on request unhandled. Can I like look into the something server on request unhandled? On request. On request. Can I like just override this method? I think this means that I will be able to log all my requests. On request. Can I call like the method from the super when I am overriding? I have no idea how to do this in OCaml. OCaml call super method when overriding method. Is it possible? How to force calling only superclass methods despite they have been overridden? Object-oriented programming is perhaps not the right tool. OCaml does provide you a way to distinguish between overridden methods and inherited methods using the inherit as syntax in a bar. Okay, so there is as. So we can do as super, right? So we are inheriting as super, and I already have it, right? Super on request initialize. There we go. So I just do here super on the request. So we have a notify back. We have a server request. We have ID request is this, right? So we do on request, notify back, server request, ID request. Is that how I do it? Method, this is overridden. I need to do exclamation mark, right? So this, but I can say that this is the I can log it, right? Log request. Okay, but how do I log it? How do I log the name? That's the difficult part in OCaml. Because if this is a request, how do I know which request it is? How do I know which request it is? I have another idea why am I leaking memory. Maybe there are some requests which are never being responded to. And then in this case, I spawn a bunch of like handlers for the request and they're just dangling. They're just waiting for something to happen. They never finished. So like I can like print the IDs here or something. Request. LSP client request. So this is the thing, right? But can I like, can I get the name of it as a string? I cannot. I cannot. I can do yo JSON of result. I can do yo JSON of result. Can I do yo JSON of T? Why is there no yo JSON of T? I cannot serialize a request. To JSON RPC request. I can do that. And then we have JSON RPC request. LSP. Client request. Dot. So I can do to JSON RPC request. Request ID. That request is this. Right? So this request is JSON RPC request. And this one I can do the JSON of, right? Okay. Wait, is this the server request? Send request? Like, what is the server request? What is send request? It's a pair. IoT. No, that's something weird. So can I just say, so this is what? Linol JSON RPC. JSON RPC request. Yo JSON FT request. JSON is this, right? This is JSON T, and then can I do yo JSON to string JSON? That is my string, and then I can finally log it here, right? That doesn't work because this is wrong. Is it like yo JSON safe? I think to string, yes, which is different. And then we do log info, log got request JSON like this. Okay. Pain. Label ID was omitted in the application of this function. Oh, you want this to be ID? Why did it even compile then? So we restart the cast language server. Let's take a look at what are the things that I even get. Got request ID 1 rams Yuri method inlay hint. So I'm getting the inlay hints. Oh wait, because inlay hints are not being responded with, it's not. Wait, so is VS Code not calling for the semantic tokens because the inlay hint is not responded? If I update, then this is notification. So I think I also should do the same for notifications if I wanted to do the full logs. I mean, also I can save the logs using like the way I was doing it before by teeing the input. Oh. I'm lost. What am I even trying to do right now? Nothing works. Got request inlay hint for hello. Inlay hint, inlay hint, inlay hint. Why is there no semantic tokens? Oh, Yamsh. Hello, hello.
Yum_sh.
Yam_sh. On request. I mean, it would be nice to log it anyway, so I think I should do it. On notification. On notification. Let's do the same for notifications. On notification, exclamation mark. So this is notification. Exclamation mark. Method exclamation mark was over here. Right? So this should be super on notification. Notify back. Server request n. Right, but before that I'm just going to say, so this n is let's be client notification, so we do something similar, but we do client notification dot to JSON RPC n. Right, so this is JSON RPC notification, and then we say just RPC notification yo JSON ft, I guess, right? And that is a notification. Okay, let's see. So now I got notification that text document is was opened, right? I got request. This hello KS inlay hint, that's a request. So what if I say space here? We got notification that this one is document changed, right? Yeah, did change. I got that notification. Okay. And then I got request, which is inlay hint. And then I got request inlay hint again, and I did not get the request for semantic tokens. So that makes no sense.
Hello C_program_lover.
That makes no sense. Why is it not calling for the semantic tokens now anymore? Because it only wants that after the inlay hints. So inlay, okay, sure, inlay hints. But inlay hints actually should be replied, right? To wait, I'm actually replying it here, right? Or I mean, I'm not replying. I'm replying with none. I'm replying with none. The inlay hints get, because this says that because the compiled is none, so I'm just returning none. What? Am I doing something wrong? Let's add logs that I have actually responded, right? So when I have request, this is going to be the response. So this is the response, right? And then I return the response, but let's say that I have actually responded to this ID. I do have IDs here, right? So can I say let's call this JSON RPC request. Okay, JSON RPC response is LSP client response. Is there no client response thing? This is A. Is client request dot response of JSON. Yo JSON of result. That's what I want because this is the G80T here. So we give it the request and we give it the result, a response. Response has a value string because on request returns a in string. I don't know what string is for, but I guess we have FST response. Wait, what? Response is a string result. Wait, what? What's the type here? A string result. What's a result? Oh, result is the error, right? So yeah, I need to like match. And to match response. Or like, what do I do here? I mean, sure, let's do match response with, which I probably should be able to. Where's the action? Response. Response has type result. Why can I not go find what the result is? It's either okay or error, right? Match response with okay response. Can I do that? Where's the syntax issue now? Oh, because like in this, because this is a let. Where is the syntax issue now? My god, stupid OCaml, why is it so annoying? Because this is not in, okay. This one is not exhaustive, so yeah, we have okay or we have error. Right. So in this case, I'm going to log that like we like respond my dude, push toy. Hello, hello. Respond s. And then we have error, then we have request error s. Right, it would be nice to have the ID here, and this is not request, this is like response. JSON response, this is yo JSON. Oh, this is already yo JSON. Okay, let's just call it JSON then. So we do this, and it would be nice to print the ID. What is this type? ID, JSON RPC ID. There's probably, yeah, there's just two string here. Okay. Sure. Request this. So I'm just going to say JSON RPC. The null. JSON RPC ID. Wait, what? Didn't I just see the function toString here? Second. So request ID is what? This is server? Weird. So there is no toString here. Because that's a different, yeah, because this is a request ID module, which is different. Is there like dot request ID? Is there like JSON RPC dot request ID? No. Server. This is weird. So I need JSON RPC ID, yo JSON of T. So like ID into yo JSON of T into yo JSON save to string, right? Like that. That's going to work. Okay, sure. So we respond to the ID and we request this error, and I put this here and I put this here. Okay, is that so? Now I should know which I respond to, right, and which I don't respond to. Maybe I actually don't print the response itself. I just want to know that the response happened, right? Let's do empty string here, and let's do empty string. No, this is the error, but this over here is going to be empty, just so that I don't spam. It's easier, so that's easier to write, right? So we got request 0, and I responded to request 0, right? Then I got some notifications. Then if I open the file hello KS, I'm going to have the request 1. I responded to it. I got request 2. I responded to it. This was the semantic tokens request. So I responded to all of my things. By the way, here's the syntax highlighting. Oh wait, I got the semantic tokens request now. I was literally like debugging why was I not getting the semantic tokens request, and now I have it. And now I can format too. I literally didn't change anything except for adding logging. Excuse me? Why does it work now? This makes no sense. So the thing literally started working because I added logging. What about my memory usage here? Now it cannot format. Why is the formatting now broken? Something is being processed right now. The full thread is used by cast. It's doing something, but it's supposed to not be doing anything. Well, that's the bug. Also, like, what is it even calculating? There's nothing to calculate right now. So I have an infinite loop somewhere, right?
Hello Betseg.
Hello Betseg. Let's take a look at the memory usage. This file is empty. Beautiful. That makes no sense. How is this file empty? How is this file empty? Why do I only have 250 bytes there? Advent of input manipulation, yeah. The advent of code itself was really easy today. I did it in 30 minutes. And could be done even faster if I actually tried to speedrun, but like Yeah, I'm just stuck trying to understand what's happening in my LSP now. So it has infinite loop currently. Or is the infinite loop like the LSP trying to write this file, potentially? But if I restart cast language server, now it's breaking. Now it's breaking because it cannot like lock the file. So like we do this and then we restart the language server. And then it doesn't work again. Wait, hold on, I got the notification. Wait, hold on, it doesn't work. Unless it already is doing the infinite loop or something. Hold on, so what's happening here? I got to request 0, I responded to request 0. I got request 1, I get a response. Request 2, got response. Request 3, got response. Request 4, got response. Request 5, 6, 7. I am responding to everything, which is how it should be. But I did not get the semantic tokens request this time, which is why this is not highlighted still. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. If I close this file and open it again. Now I got semantic tokens request. Wait, hold on. Got semantic token request. Where's my syntax highlighting? Is this file saved? Oh, I know. Yeah, okay. So right now this is happening because I'm rediscarding my thing. Let me like, okay, I actually understand a little bit. It's because I discard my VFS stuff. Cast LSP. Let's uncomment this thing because I think workspace folders saved like over here. I'm going to comment that. Oh, camel syntax highlighting is also really bad. It says that this is red, even though it's not. Like, why is it even red? It's a comment. Because it's exclamation mark here. But this is not a comment anymore. Why is this still red? I need to do this. Function B. Okay, there we go. We have the thing. We have the thing. Right. So that works. Suspense. Okay. Selection range request. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Let's try writing something. DJ Mick. DJ Mick. But why is my formatter not working? Okay, now it's all now it's using the entire CPU. Now we are in the infinite loop again. So like when I spam it with requests, it gets into place where it just is in the infinite loop. Whatever it's doing. Let's take a look at the logs maybe of the language server. So it says that, so I got the notification. Yeah, I stopped getting the notifications, right? Time for recalculating LSP stuff is this. So it's not in my code. Can it be in the code of the of this LSP trace stuff, CTF, because this file is still 249 bytes, which makes no sense. This makes no sense. So it's the mem trace, which is buggy again, right? There's no way this is my code that is buggy, right? I just have infinite loop. And we don't have the logs of the memory. I have no idea what's happening. It does not use a lot of memory though, which kind of makes sense. There was someone who like came to chat the other day and they said that OCaml actually leaks memory because of like tail recursion or something. Memory usage in recursive function in infinite loop. OCaml memory leak. What if we look at the issues of OCaml itself? Memory leak issues. Let's take a look here in the repository. Memory leak. Marshall plus domain lead to a memory leak bug. Hold on. The code below leaks memory when running on OCaml 5 trunk by not starting threads domain. It stops leaking memory. So we do domain spawn and infinite loop, and then it creates list in it 10 million function nn. Okay, and then chain is Marshall to string big list this in loop chain. So we are just trying to do Marshall to string, whatever that means. What is Marshall? OCaml. Marshalling of data structures provides function to encode arbitrary data structures in sequence of bytes, which then can be written to a file or over network. Okay, I see. So we're just trying to serialize the big list, right? What's the second argument? Just flags, some flags. Okay. So yeah, we just try to serialize the list in a loop, and it leaks memory. Okay, maybe I have something like that. Maybe I have something similar. I'm not doing the marshalling specifically, but maybe it's something similar. Maybe I do have the OCaml bug and not my code bug. The report case with memory self-reporting for Linux systems. So we just spawn a domain which just doesn't do anything. We create a big list. This one's still doing the, yeah, and report memory usage. And so this was like 3 years ago. Use YoJSON instead of Marshall for memory leak. Okay, I think this is it. I think I found the bug, and it's of course not in my code, but of course the problem is OCaml, like always. I told you guys, don't use OCaml, alright? There are any OCaml lovers in chat? Like how is this reported 3 years ago and it still is there? Hold on, mentioned. Fix idle domain GC. What should we use instead? Use Rust. Or Haskell. I don't know. Anything. Idle domain slows down major GC cycles. But hold on, but this means there is still probably a bug. Wait, hold on. So they are spawning the domain, which is infinite. What is this domain is not infinite? Hold on, let me use this example. Let's go to OCaml playground, right? I want to go here, and this is literally the code, right? So this is the code, Unix, unbound module Unix. Can I like add Unix here? Libraries, Unix. Can I do that? Dune exec OCaml playground. So this is reporting the memory, and the memory is being leaked, right? This is just reporting itself automatically. Okay. Wait, the memory was just freed though. Is this actually leaking? Yeah, it does. It frees some memory, but it still goes up over time, right? And so, like in this other example, they did not use the marshalling; they used YoJSONs, and YoJSON is what we use for the JSON RPC under the hood, right? So, yeah. Let's see if can I like leak the memory faster here though. This is slow. Can I do like this? Wait, did I just do like 5 GB of RAM or something in one go? It's now really slow. Because marshalling is slow. Loop chain. Yeah, we just report after everything. Yeah. So this is yeah, just did 3 GB. 3 GB. Okay. And then we have 3.5 GB. Okay. Let's just wait for one more. But I think if I make this be like I just want to see if this works, even if this does not do an infinite loop. You know? That's what I want. Or maybe the memory leaks while this other domain is alive. So like basically I'm leaking the memory if I am like doing something while I have it like more than one domain. So like while more than one thread is working, we are leaking memory. And the other memory, when we have like a single one, yeah, 5 GB already, yeah, that's leaking, right? So but what if I just do over here? I just return immediately. Is this still going to be leaking? $650, 600 megabytes, 700 megabytes. I think it's still leaking. So even although this thread exits, right, I'm still leaking memory. Let's see if it goes even higher. 700 megabytes, 800 megabytes. I'm pretty sure this is leaking. So there is, it's impossible to find the memory leak in my code, I think. I think it's impossible. But how do I fix it then? I need to like fork the OCaml compiler now and like fix it for them or something? Is domain the only way to spawn a new thread? They just call threads domains for some reason. It's literally a thread. Well, I mean, it's kind of like stabilized right now, right? Actually, it is kind of stabilized now. It's not going further up. So it went to 800. So it uses 700 to 800 megabytes right now. And now it's looping. So I'm not leaking memory anymore, actually. Hold on. But what if I... but with the infinite loop, I will keep going. Because I did not go up to the gigabyte there. Average GUI stream? What do you mean? Now I gotta fix a camel. Yeah. Let's see if this one is going to go... It looks like it takes time. My LSP is a lot faster to do that though. How is my LSP leaking memory faster than this thing? Like, so instead of doing... I mean, we are initializing this once, right? So just literally just marshalling. But I use the YoJSON instead. Maybe like use YoJSON instead of Marshall for memory leak. Wait, this says fix. What does that mean? This is somebody's project and they fixed. And they fixed it. Wait, hold on, no. So they did not reproduce the memory leak by using YoJSON, right? They used YoJSON to fix the memory leak. Is that correct? Instead of marshalling, they used YoJSON. So serialized to JSON instead of like to whatever. Maybe it depends on how much memory we use in a thread. Maybe. Maybe it's because I'm allocating memory in the thread. This also is still not at a gigabyte. So it's not leaking memory yet. I suggest exactly 1 hour. What if you just ran the JS AvoCamel version of LSP via node_bun while rewrite it in cast? So like we fix the memory leak by assuming that like the JavaScript transpiler doesn't leak memory because Node doesn't have memory leaks, right? But it also depends. Like I mean, you can know memory leak with incorrect implementation there still. But yeah, that's something that we could try, I guess. This example though doesn't leak memory right now, or is leaking it really slowly. It's like RNG or something. This one is using less memory than the previous one when this one was not an infinite loop. Is it running smoothly on the browser? I don't know. Maybe. I guess. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's because... yeah, I see what you mean. It's because I'm not using the library, right? I'm using the Linol library. Maybe the bug is in the Linol library. But I mean, the OCaml LSP itself is, like, I guess, yeah. Like, we are using the OCaml LSP, which is written with, like, it's not exactly the same library. Maybe the problem is the library that I'm using, the Linol. I already fixed, like 3 bugs there, over here. And maybe this is the library that's leaking the memory. Is there a memory leak issue here? Like, I already fixed the race condition here and something else. And the blocking thing. But this library is, like, barely used by anybody else, I guess. So I can re-implement the JSON RPC stuff myself. Or see however, like, whatever they use in the OCaml. I don't want to. I don't want to. But yeah, maybe the bug is over here somewhere. But this is not leaking memory. The thing that is in the issue, right? What if I create a big list here, by the way? Does it matter where it's created? Can I create the list here and also do in this loop marshalling? So like we're going to do the marshalling in 2 loops, in the main loop and in this domain. Am I going to leak the memory faster then? 400 megabytes. 600 megabytes. 650 megabytes. 700 megabytes. 900 megabytes. Down to 600. So is this fixed? This issue is still open though. Maybe this specific thing is like fixed or something, but the issue is still open. Still using less than a gigabyte. So I need a little bit more proof to blame OCaml here, right? They say the fix idle domain GC. Idle domain slows down major GC cycles. Consider the program below. What happens is that the major GC slice budget is computed from the number of words allocated by the domain since the last slice, but the domain doesn't allocate and the slice budget is 0, so the slice doesn't do anything, even though the domain does have some work to do for the GC cycle, sweeping, for example. This ends up starving the GC cycle. So are we just like... Is it just that the GC is not collecting my garbage? Right? This is fixed when? Supposedly in 2023. So probably I already have this. But here is the new design that I started implemented. We count allocations globally. Allocations create an amount of budget. When a domain terminates, its budget is also redistributed. When a new domain is spawned, it starts taking up its own share of the budget. Sweeping works in uneven. Work is uneven between the domains. Some have more sweeping to do, some have less. Drawbacks: the load balancing for the marking work is coarse-grained. The GC pause latencies are not optimized. The distribution of the work is fixed. We could probably be more clever. Why is these other issues not closed? This one is mentioned in this pull request. Oh, because it says maybe fix this bug, but not sure. I still is using less than a gigabyte. It feels like maybe in this specific case it is fixed. So like maybe it like kind of depends though, because this is a very simple example, and for my more complex program it still leaks memory. Because like I do a lot of allocations, right? Whatever that means. Weird. So I should not be looking into that then, right? We just leak the memory. And say whatever. Cast, by the way, is still working. I need to like also figure out why is this. Is this another bug that is not in my code? Like, why is my binary still doing something? Because it is not doing anything. It's not supposed to be doing anything. But maybe that's also is a bug somewhere else. But where? Can I like... LSP I'm pretty sure like it's the memtrace stuff. Memtrace. Is there an issue here for like an infinite loop or whatever? Memtrace does not play well with asynchronous exceptions. Catches exceptions without necessarily erasing them and places itself in an invalid state when it happens. But some programs around rely on exceptions arising from signal handlers or finalizers, which do not denote a failure of memtrace, but should always be erased by the memprof callbacks. Should have stayed on Rust. True. Moscow, hello. What else can I look into? Let's do the trace. Let's do the trace logging. Max level is trace. So like in case it is happening in my code, I have some logs in places probably, right? Restart language server. Like let's see this stuff. Ask language server. Yeah, it's like locked this file and it cannot pop it or whatever. Is it already broken? Is it already broken? Where's my syntax highlighting? Hello? No. It's not broken yet. But where's my syntax highlighting? I have the formatter working. Where's my syntax highlighting? I feel like I'm looking into memory leaks. Yeah, there is memory leak. There is also like some weird thing going on where the I am not receiving the semantic tokens request for some reason, which is why the highlighting here is not being present. But yeah, I have a memory leak, which is why my language server is crashing all the time. Because it's allocating the memory pretty quickly. But it's very weird because there's supposed to be no memory leaks in my code. There is no way. And like, why am I not having? Restart language server. Why do I not get the request for the thing? This makes no sense. Close this file, open this file. Now I have this thing. Why did VS Code did not ask for the semantic tokens until I close the file and open it again? Is this a bug in VS Code now? Because it literally was not sending me the request for it. Do we like find bug in all? Is all the software buggy that I'm using? Is there anything that doesn't have bugs? 2 + 2. Okay, syntax highlighting works here, right? Okay, that seems to work. What's the difference? There is no difference. There is literally no difference. The only difference is that okay, let's do this. Restart language server and then say 2 plus 2. Hello. It works. I see. There is no difference. There's no difference. Okay. Okay. Can I see the file? LSP trace. LSP trace though is not here, which is weird. Because I'm supposed to have it, right? So why is it empty? If I tried using a real editor. Which one do you use? I mean, yeah, I use all the editors. Sure. Let's open. It's like, how do I restart the language server in VS Code? Helix does not support semantic tokens in the LSPs, which is why I don't use Helix as one of the reasons. Because I only support syntax highlighting through semantic tokens right now. I don't have the tree-seater grammar. I mean, I could generate tree-seater grammar, but it will not work for all of the language because of the extensibility of the syntax. So Helix should support the stuff. And in NeoVim, I just don't even know how to stop the language server. There is no LSP stop command. There was an LSP stop command in the LSP config plugin, which is now deprecated. So I'm supposed to not be using that. So yeah, that stuff works. I don't know what to do. Discard. Playground leaking memory. Seems fixed. This is memtrace. So I just discard this, I think. Huh? And I discard that. And this is in general, tried memtrace. Sure. So if I kill the language server, so the language server now is broken. How do I start it again? Oh, it's restarted automatically? Nice. So now I have the LSP fully working again, right? Wait, I'm going to leak memory now, right? Because now I don't have the limiting of the memory. I should just combine both memtrace and systemd run, I guess. But yeah, basically we just say A, right? So we introduce some errors, and we do something like this. And we're leaking memory this way. Leaking memory. 21 gigabytes were allocated. 1.73. With every cast LSP, you will ship 2 times 16 RAM sticks. Does Camel not have any tooling to report memory leak on program exit? This is the tool that I found, which is when I was researching how to do the memory leaking detection. So this is just the memory profiler, so I can like see all my allocations and I can trace them. So over here in this graph, we have, so this is like the memory usage, right? But then I just selected the things that were, that are live both in this point in time at 51 seconds and at 70 seconds. So at the end of program, right? So this means that this memory that we allocated here in the beginning, we were growing it, and it was never freed, which means that it's a leak. But like, and then it's just like, and this tells me that this leak is happening when so I'm allocating that memory that is never cleared in my code when I'm processing my my stuff, basically, right? But the problem is that this is memory that is supposed to be cleaned, that like, because I'm not leaking memory there. Can you, oh, Valgrind, sure, let's try Valgrind. Do you know how to use it? Valgrind, do I have it installed? Let's install it. Did I have a look at Oxcaml? Yeah. I at the time where I tried to look into it, I did not figure out how to install it properly. So yeah. Do you think it contains the fixes for the memory leaks? Valgrind. Let's do Valgrind. How do you do Valgrind? So here's my binary. Do I just run it through Valgrind, right? Do I just say that I need to install Valgrind? And then I just say that over here, I'm running Valgrind over here. But this means that, okay, so this means that I need to do, what do I do then? Dune build, source cast, bin cast exe. No, that's not what I do. What do I do? Like if only I could figure out how to build the things with the language that I'm using properly. Leak check, yes. Okay. Like I need to like give it the binary, not the package manager. Then maybe I can just do Dune build cast here because I'm doing Dune exec cast. What is MPFR? What is boost? Oh, am I going to compile Valgrind from source? No way. No, it's not. Okay, so just do Valgrind. Here we have it. Let's see, Dune build cast. Can I do that? Don't know how to build cast. So I can execute cast, but I don't know how to build it. How to build it? Dune build. What do you know how to build? Like, does this build cast? Or does this build something else if I just do build? This language. Let's see. So I just do val grind. And then we do build install default because of like things. And then we give it the other parameters and we do leak check. Did it build anything when you just do run build? It builds not everything, it builds something, and I'm not sure what exactly it's building. Maybe I should look at the documentation. Maybe looking at the documentation could help. And also I should try to like switch my nicks to the determinate nicks, which is supposed to be faster. Maybe like then I will not wait for a minute after every small change. Let's see, this one is built on 1637. If I do Dune build, it's not the new binary. So like, maybe I can remove this and then do build. Is it going to build it then? It will. Okay, that's how I force it to be the new binary. Okay, so it's okay. Is this Arch? No, this is Nix. Build default instead of install default. It's build install default, which is just the symbolic link to the build default, I guess. It's like the same thing, it seems. How do I start the language server? Let's quit. Let's open new vim again. Need to fix that warning in my new vim. Hello. How do I open LSP logs? Let's open Helix. Log open. Custom C error. Address. Wait, is it already like leak? No, invalid read of site. Wait, what? We are. Wait, what? Hold on. Are we? Wait, wait, what? Valgrind is saying invalid read. Invalid reads. Invalid reads. Invalid writes. Wait, what? Can this explain the memory leak? Because OCaml just like has some like undefined behavior. Oh, like what even is this? Hold on. How do I close this? Hold on. Cast LSP. There we go. Yes. More than 1,000 different errors detected. Camel call real log stack. Am I on my balcony? Yeah. So camel call real log stack. Reallocate stack. Invalid read of memory 8. Is that normal? Is that normal in OCaml? It still works, by the way. Kind of, it seems, right? It's just really slow to run through Valgrind. A leak. Definitely lost. Indirectly lost. Possibly lost. Still reachable. So is this the... so this is the memory leak, right? I definitely leaked 300 megabytes. 300 kilobytes. In this case, right? Still reachable. 3 megabytes. And then all of these errors. Definitely lost. So this is the leaking. Probably OCaml runtime also leaks some memory. It's not some unusual, just let operating system clean it up. Is there the C in the background? Oh, do you actually see the C there? Oh, it's not C. It's a river. Probably, if you see that there. Leak summary, but I'm leaking memory, right? So is that normal? Hold on. Hold on. What if I try to do something simpler, right? Like Valgrind, build. Let me try the simpler. Valgrind, build, default, OCaml playground, exe, like this, right? Is this going to report memories? Issues? Starting. This one is smaller. I'm just like trying to see the hello world. Definitely lost. I definitely lost 1 megabyte here, but that's because I did Control C, right? So I like, maybe that's why. Let me see. I want to do OCaml playground. Can I just do like a hello world? Can I do a hello world? And see if this leaks memory? It says still reachable 1.5 megabytes. Is that a leak? In use at exit 1.5. But that's probably fine, right? So that's not a leak. On a hello world. Can I try some other... Yeah, that's not exactly a leak. They just leave it at the end of the program to be accessible. That's fine, right? They just don't free the memory when we exit the main function, right? So, which is fine. So yeah, like doing that at the exit is fine. We need to do something in a loop or whatever. Let's open Helix. Helix doesn't show me the error. Playground. What would be the program that I would try? We just do it in a loop, literally? No. I don't know. I don't know if I can do a simple program here. I don't know if I can do a simple program. What if I look it up? Valgrind says my OCaml program is leaking memory. Is it normal? Yes, it's normal. OCaml GC is clever. So it's leaking memory. That's very clever of the GC. Can I don't know. I don't know who to blame, baby. Basically, do you have a custom prompt? What do you mean? Rust would give you clear ownership, clean drops, and your memory reports would stop looking like a crime scene. What are you talking about? Is that not how your ChatGPT talks to you? Like one thing that I'm suspecting is this library that I'm using for the LSP. So maybe I can try this, construct the example, but then like the example is too simple here to actually like I need to do some memory leaking. Like spawn some threads maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do other than switch to Rust. How many times have I switched back and forth? Just once. I started in OCaml, then I rewrote into Rust, and then I went back. So this is rewrite number 3. Yeah. Switch to Rust and then back. I switched back from Rust because Rust is compiling for a minute for the debug build when I just rename a thing in code. But like if I want I want to just rewrite the language in itself at this point, which is like it's almost ready for that. But I cannot write it in the language which has the like I would writing without LSP would suck, I think. So I need to fix my LSP. But that's impossible. Can you trigger manually GC? Can I? Okay, let's take a look actually. That's a good idea. OCaml. Can I force GC in OCaml? So GC stat to get stats. GC full major. That forces the full major cycle. So is it even like called at all? Workspace. I mean, let's undo this then, and let's just do. Let's just do this. I'm just going to give it 10 gigabytes right now, right? So I still limit the memory, but we will see the leak, and I will say that that in my processing, I guess I will just call it every time I try to process, like every time I try to recalculate here, I'm just going to say gc dot full major, right? Before I recalculate, I will do a full major cycle, force it, and then I still going to leak it. Like, wait. Do a minor collection, finish the current major cycle, and perform a complete new cycle. This will collect all currently unreachable blocks. Okay, so does this never happen by default? So by default, you are not guaranteed that, like, all unreachable blocks are going to be eventually cleaned? Okay, this maybe it's going to be good. Let's see, for funds, do GC start before and after? What's GC stat? Is it like reporting it to the console, or do I do something? GC stat. This is determining the GC stat. How do I print it? How do I print it? Return the current values. The heap chunks and stuff are currently not available in OCaml 5. Their returned values are therefore 0. This function causes a full major collection, by the way. But and then we're going to see everything being reported as 0. Because in OCaml 5, they did not implement the stats yet. Or something. Right? GC nuke. Alright, let's see. OCaml 5 is like a couple years old already. Right? Okay, so here we go. Print stat? Yeah, maybe print stat. They just get bored and forget, making too much money. Day trading, so the language being good and complete is not important. I don't know. Okay, yeah, so yeah, our memory is going up. We have already like 11 gigabytes. Request timed out. Oh, wait, hold on. Helix is even like timing the requests out? Or something? Because I don't have the... Oh, no, there we go. Maybe it's the requests for like... I don't know. Some requests. Because I still have these diagnostics here. Alright. It's still leaking memory. Still leaking memory. I'm using 15 gigabytes now. So my LSP is right now using more than 5 gigs already. And it's just going up and up. Seems like the full GC... Maybe I am still... Like, I don't know. Maybe it still isn't my problem. Maybe it's still... Maybe I still just don't see where it is. Somehow. I don't know. I give up. I give up. But I mean, I have enough memory to give like 10 gigabytes to the LSP so that I can rewrite the language in itself. So that, because like, if I just give it 1 gigabyte, it's just going to crash like every minute, right? If I give it 10 gigabytes, it's going to crash every 10 minutes, which is better, right? So maybe I just do that, and then I just ignore that issue. I just need to improve the performance, which is like a separate thing. Yeah, all right, no progress done today. Good job, everyone. Let's end the stream here. I'll come back next time. Uh,
De mini apple pie.
Alright. Well, at least I solved the advent of code, I guess. Alright, see you next time, bye.